The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms Longbottom.
Good morning, Commissioner Caldas. Commissioners, the final session for this hearing block concerns the Australian Defence Force Academy. As you will be aware, ADFA is an institution that has historically been beset by a culture of unacceptable behaviour. The object of today's panel will be to examine the founding purpose of the Academy, what current data tells us about the culture at ADFA and suicide and suicidality amongst its trainee cohort, as well as the causative factors and possible measures to address ongoing issues that affect its trainees. The panel is comprised of two witnesses, Air Commodore Jules Adams and Lieutenant Colonel David Cave. They are respectively the Commandant and CEO of ADFA. Before I ask that the witnesses be sworn or affirmed, may I just note, Commissioners, that it's proposed that the examination today will be split between Mr Sheptour and myself. Mr Sheptour will examine the witnesses principally in a closed session with respect to the issues of suicide and suicidality. I understand from my colleagues at the Commonwealth that isn't controversial from that perspective, but I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong about that.
Thank you.
Might the witnesses be sworn or affirmed?
Lieutenant Colonel David Cave, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Air Commodore Julie Adams, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Operator, can you please display the tender list? Commissioners, I tender the documents listed in the tender bundle in the manner in which they are described in the list.
Okay, thank you. They'll be accepted accordingly and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldas. Air Commodore Adams, can you please state for the Commissioners your full name and your current role?
Julie Adams. I'm the Commandant of the Australian Defence Force Academy.
When did you start in the role of Commandant?
January this year.
Am I correct that you have held other command positions in recruit training?
That's correct. I was the Commanding Officer of No. 1 Recruit Training Unit.
Operator, can you please display document number 117 in the tender bundle? Now, Air Commodore Adams, am I correct that this document depicts what is known as the ADFA formation?
That is correct.
And as Commandant, you're responsible for command and control of that formation?
That's correct.
Could you please briefly outline for the Commissioners your specific responsibilities with respect to what's known as the Academy?
So essentially, I am responsible for the governance policy setting, the control of the Academy and the policies and conditions they work under, and also the oversight of what they do.
How many trainees are currently at the Academy?
1,126 to my knowledge.
And what level of engagement do you have with those trainees as part of your role as Commandant?
I would say infrequent engagement. So I would go and view pieces of training throughout the year because it has been my first year. This year I've been present at some of the formative stages of training to see it firsthand. So the Year 1 familiarisation training, I attended parts of that. I've also been on a 4-day event with the overseas students to get to know those in more detail. On a regular basis, I have breakfast in the mornings on a weekly basis with groups of trainees. And latterly, more recently, we ran an activity, so a leadership activity for the first time for the second years, and I went to have a look at that for a day.
In your view, which staff at ADFA have the most engagement with trainees?
So the staff who have the most engagement work for Lieutenant Colonel Cave for the CO.
I'll come to that then in a moment. Lieutenant Colonel Cave, can you please state for Commissioners your full name and current role?
Certainly. David Cave, I'm the Commanding Officer of the Australian Defence Force Academy.
And when did you start in that role?
So I took up my appointment on the 17th of January last year, 2021.
We've just touched on the number of trainees that are currently at ADFA. What's the service breakdown of trainees?
It's approximately 30% Navy, and then 35% Air Force, 35% Army.
Okay. And you heard Air Commodore Adams speak about the issue of engagement with trainees. Can I start with you in your role? What level of engagement do you have with trainees?
I have relatively frequent engagement with trainees, noting that my position as Commanding Officer is to oversee the staff who have the day-to-day contact. But I would be in contact with trainees every day, perhaps say on a weekly rundown or a fortnightly rundown. I would meet with the Academy Cadet Headquarters, so some of the more advanced trainees that are perhaps in their third year. For a formal meeting, I will have sometimes lunch with those trainees as well in the mess. I will drop in on various training activities that they conduct, and I will also speak in the manner of normal business to a wide number of trainees throughout the day, just in terms of both conducting their training and any administration that might have come to my attention or reached my level.
And in terms of the staff that are under your command, which of those staff have the most day-to-day interaction with trainees?
So that would be their direct supervisors, what we call their divisional or squadron staff. So at ADFA, the trainees are grouped in a division of around 45 trainees, and a division is overseen by a divisional officer who's a junior officer at 03 rank, and I'm happy to go into any of this in more detail. So one divisional officer and one divisional senior non-commissioned officer, DSNCO, for those 45. Then in a group of 3 or 4 divisions, they will be overseen by a squadron sergeant major, so a senior enlisted non-commissioned warrant officer, and an officer at the 04 rank, who is the officer commanding of that particular grouping of 3 or 4, which we call a squadron. And
Lieutenant Colonel Cave, you yourself are an ADFA graduate?
Yes, I went through ADFA, entered in January 2001 and graduated in December 2003.
And you've had previous postings to the Academy?
I was posted back as a divisional officer myself, so in charge of a group of around 45 in 2012 and 13.
I want to shift topics now and ask you some questions about the history and the structure of the Academy. Am I correct that ADFA opened its doors in January of 1986?
Yes.
And the founding purpose of the Academy was to produce officers who are strategic thinkers?
Yes, that's probably a reasonable summary. I think it was focused on achieving officers who could understand the services other than the one from which they came. So for an Army officer to be able to understand the Navy and the Air Force and achieve a joint mindset. So the original charter of the Academy charged it with conducting or delivering a balanced and liberal university education within a military environment, and also positively developing, I believe it was, character, leadership and professionalism of its trainees.
And am I correct that ADFA graduates comprise around 1/3 of the officers of the Australian Defence Force?
That's my understanding, yes.
And Lieutenant Colonel Cave, you would accept that ADFA plays a critical role in shaping the future leaders of defence?
Yes, as part of the wider ecosystem and the other officer training establishments, it plays a significant role, yes.
And having that significant role, ADFA also has an important role in terms of shaping the culture of defence moving forward.
I would agree. I think it's important that every individual that is going on to be a leader, as all of our junior officers are, comes from a positive and appropriate culture so that they can ensure that the teams that they go on to lead are of that culture, are of what defence expects.
And so it'd be fair to say that's because the culture of the leaders of defence are integral in setting the culture of those underneath their command.
Yes, they are one of the most, if not the most integral parts, along with there are many parts. I notice it's not just a leadership function, there is also a peer effect, and there are other things that influence it as well. But I would say that the leader is the most critical part of it.
So ADFA is an extremely important initiating point of service in the Defence Force.
It is an important one, yes.
What's the gender breakdown of trainees at ADFA?
So currently it's 28% female, 71% male, 1% undefined.
And what's the average age of the trainee cohort?
The average age would, I don't have a precise figure for you, but it would be about 20 years of age.
Can I suggest to you that the average age is between 17 and 22?
That would be an accurate date range, Council, yes.
Am I correct that for most of the trainee cohort, it will be their first experience of living out of home?
For 2/3 of them, yes, that would be reasonable to expect it for the most of our Army and our Air Force trainees, that it will be the first time they've been away from home for a significant period of time, given the fact that most of them are school leavers.
And am I correct that the difference with respect to Navy is because they may have had some single service experience before they come to ADFA?
That's correct. So all the Navy trainees who arrive at ADFA will have completed their officer training at the Royal Australian Naval College, Creswell. That takes about 4 months, and then they will complete a period of on-the-job training out in the fleet, so to speak, before that is a total of 12 months before they arrive at ADFA in January the year after they first enter the Defence Force.
And would it be fair to say that given their youth and relative inexperience, that the trainee cohort is immature in terms of their understanding of misaligned behaviour?
I think that's probably a fair observation, yes.
And is it correct that trainees' age and lack of maturity make them a particularly vulnerable cohort?
Can make them. I would say many of our trainees are in fact very mature for age, and they have been selected on that basis. But yes, there is always, context is important, and there are always individuals who perhaps have demonstrated significant potential but are not yet at the stage where they are delivering on that potential.
Because they lack life experience.
Essentially, yes.
And would it be fair to say that their youth and lack of life experience make that cohort particularly vulnerable to unacceptable behaviour?
I think that's reflective of society in general, so yes.
And am I correct that the trainee cohort is also one that's vulnerable to developing mental health issues?
So by nature of being predominantly 17 to 22 year age group, we know that in general population that is the most significant time, the most likely time that an individual will present with a significant mental health issue. We know that mental health issues affect at least 1 in 5, sometimes 1 in 4 Australians during their lifetime, and that many of those, perhaps 80% or more, will develop in the 15 to 24 year cohort. So yes.
It's the age demographic that is at highest risk of developing mental health issues.
Yes.
Would it be correct to say that the structure of the ADFA program places additional pressures on the trainee cohort? And let me break the proposition down this way. Firstly, would it be correct that there are some comparisons that can be drawn between ADFA and civilian university life, most notably that the ADFA trainee cohort get delivered their academic studies through the University of New South Wales?
Yes.
So that's a parallel that can be drawn. But there are significant points of difference between the program at ADFA and university life. I'll list a couple. The first is that the trainee program is highly regulated.
Yes.
Trainees start their program at 7 o'clock in the morning and it ends at 6 p.m. at night.
7 o'clock will generally be the first commitment, and the last commitment will depend on the individual's academic program, which it is unusual, but may be as late as 6 p.m. at night, yes.
And am I correct that ADFA deliberately maintains a high pressure environment for its trainees?
ADFA maintains an environment that I wouldn't necessarily characterise as high pressure. There are times at which there is an environment of increased pressure. We know that a productive increase in stress, so long as it is not too much, is enhancing and enhances an individual's ability to learn and to perform. We seek to create that environment in which it is optimum for an individual to perform, and they are motivated to do so, but not so far as it causes detriment to them either in the short or the long term.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Is it correct to say that ADFA recruits are deliberately selected for their perfectionist tendencies?
I have expressed that view in the past. I wouldn't necessarily say that they are selected for perfectionist tendencies. Some individuals are. I know that Defence in general will select, and this is probably a question that's more referable to Defence Force recruiting, but for individuals who are conscientious rather than perhaps some of the language that you use, Council.
Would you accept, and we can use your language of conscientious, that trainees with those traits are associated with underlying mental health vulnerabilities because of the link between anxiety and high performance?
I believe that in some cases that can be the case. It's not true for every trainee, but yes, it can indeed be the case.
And would you accept that the structural pressures that are present at ADFA, the high expectations of performance, they increase the risk of this cohort suffering mental harm?
I would accept that. I'd also just note that in many cases, the structures that you've described and the training that is provided actually enhances and significantly improves the performance, the coping skills and the well-being of a very significant chunk of our trainees.
Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Cave, let me put this proposition to you, that ADFA's unique cultural and institutional environment, coupled with the characteristics of its trainees, creates a perfect storm of vulnerability to poor mental health outcomes.
I'm not sure I would use that language, Council. I think that there is definitely an opportunity or a likelihood that for some individuals it is a riskier place than, say, a comparative university setting or others. And we need to take that into account in our training design.
And Lieutenant Colonel Cave, no doubt it won't be lost on you, that proposition I've just put to you paraphrases an email that you sent in November of 2021. Operator, can you please display tender bundle document number 125? Lieutenant Colonel Cave, do you recognise this email?
Yes, I do.
And you'll see under the heading Need Statement, you've identified there that the challenge arises from ADFA's unique institutional and cultural environment combined with all the characteristics of our trainees. Can I ask you to explain to the Commissioners the purpose of this email and why you came to send it?
So this email was sent, and I can't quite see whether or not the to list is visible or not, but it was sent to a group of the Academy headquarters staff in preparation for a discussion around how we could best optimise the Academy to look after certain particularly unwell and individuals who are exhibiting some challenging behaviours for us to appropriately manage and assure their well-being. I stand by the comments in it, but I would just ask you to note, Council, that it was written late at night at a time when we were coming out of lockdown and we were managing a number of individuals who were displaying some significant and challenging behaviours, but I'm happy to discuss any of it in more detail.
And accepting that context, under the heading characteristics, you note there that ADFA is an environment that deliberately maintains a high pressure environment which progressively increases difficulty while celebrating achievement.
That's correct. Yes.
And you go on to say expectations of trainees are high, matched to equally high expectations by training officers of their quality and of their training and staff.
Yes, we recruit from the top few percent of Australian youth in terms of their intellectual, emotional and physical potential. We try and create an environment in which they can deliver on that potential, but it is fair to say it is an academy of high achievers, yes.
And in terms of that characteristic of being an academy of high achievers, would you accept that fear of failure would be a prevalent issue for your trainee cohort?
For some of them, yes.
And then you go on to note that the trainees are the highest risk age group for developing mental health issues. Yep. So coming back to the proposition I put at the outset, would you accept that this combination of young and immature trainees, a high pressure environment and recruits that are selected to be conscientious creates a pressure cooker environment or a perfect storm for risks of mental health outcomes as well as unacceptable behaviour that need to be managed by the institution?
Yes, look, I would characterise it as it has the potential to cause that, and the vast majority of our trainees will do very well and indeed be enhanced by the environment that we create. But it's not lost on me that at points in the Academy's past, perhaps good intent translated into measures that did create an environment that was detrimental to people's well-being.
And I'll come to the Academy's past, but the proposition I'm putting to you is really just in terms of risk factors. It is a risk factor the Academy has to manage.
So if we're talking about, are there a number of overlapping risk factors that combine at the Australian Defence Force Academy? Yes, Council, I agree.
Now, and you touched on this before, but it'd be fair to say that the risk factors that we've just been talking about, the age of trainees and their relative lack of maturity, they're well known to ADFA.
Yes.
And they've been well known to ADFA for some time.
I'd say that they are well known, that they are were well understood, perhaps is a slightly different thing.
What distinction do you draw between well known and well understood?
So that our trainees are of a particular demographic, that they are selected to be high achievers, be conscientious, be of that particular age. I think those are facts that have been understood throughout the time of the Academy. The understanding of general community mental health concerns, particularly in that age group, I think is something that probably wasn't quite so apparent to Defence until maybe the last 10 or 15 years.
So am I correct to understand you to be saying the base characteristics of your trainees were known, but the risk that presents in terms of their mental health and the risk of unacceptable behaviour may not have been well understood?
Yes, I think that's fair, Council.
But as you've pointed out, those risk factors have been examined across the course of the last almost 20 to 25 years. They've been the subject of a number of inquiries, commencing with the Gray Review.
Yes, that's correct.
Then there was the Broderick reports into the treatment of women at ADFA between 2011 and 2013.
There was a series of reports over that time frame, yes, Council.
And then in 2014, there was the report of the Defence Abuse Response Task Force, then chaired by Len Roberts-Smith.
Yes, Council, that accords with my understanding. I just note that DART, Defence Abuse Response Task Force, was looking historical. So while it delivered its report in 2014, it was looking at events of some preceding years.
From 2011 and beforehand.
That's my understanding, yes.
And are you familiar with the Broderick reports?
I am, yes.
One of the recommendations of the Broderick report was a review of the minimum entry age to ADFA.
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware of that recommendation?
I have a recollection of it, yes.
In your view, is the minimum entry age of ADFA too low?
No, I don't think it is per se. I think the relative maturity of the individual counts for much more than their age. I've seen some 18-year-olds who were frankly going on 40 in terms of their ability to be able to understand the situations with which they're faced or handle stress. And I've seen others in their early to mid-20s who were still at a teenage level of being able to do the same. Does that make sense?
It does, but I guess it really comes back to my point is it seems to me you're identifying a number of exceptions, 18-year-olds who may be mature beyond their years, but we know as a cohort, adolescents tend to lack maturity.
Yes, so I would offer that there are elements of the academy that are perhaps not quite as well suited as they could be structurally for accounting for those factors that are prevalent in, say, 17 and 18-year-olds.
Air Commodore Adams, can I ask your perspective? In your view, is the minimum entry age at ADFA too low?
No.
And can I ask you to explain to the commissioners why you hold that view?
So I hold that view because I believe we should be giving people an opportunity who are motivated to come to the academy, that opportunity when they leave school with their cohorts to join. There is a protective factor in that to be able to enter with your year cohort.
Why is that opportunity denied if trainees are given a year or two to get some life experience and then come to ADFA?
It's not denied, but if you're highly motivated to come to the academy and you can seek that opportunity to come into defence as an officer, but not through the academy. At the age of 17, why wouldn't you be allowed to come to the academy?
Because of the risk factors we've just been talking about.
The risk factors are still there if you come into training at 17.
Okay, so putting to one side training, what if, for example, there was a model in which trainees undertook their university education as a prerequisite to then come into ADFA at a later stage of maturity, say in their early 20s?
They could choose to do that.
Okay. Now, operator, can I ask you to please display tender bundle document AA at page .3301 of the document? While that's coming up, I'll just explain. This is the 2013 audit of the recommendations made by the Broderick report, you'll see their recommendation 16B was to review the minimum entry age to ADFA to ascertain whether it is appropriate. If I could then ask you, operator, to please turn to the next page. You'll see at the page starting in summary, operator, it's the next page, my apologies. So you'll see that, my apologies, if you just give me a moment. It should state there that the minimum entry age was reviewed, but it was determined, decided that the age should not be changed due to recruitment imperatives. My apologies. Sorry. It's on the first page I went to above the blue box. Sorry, operator. I apologise to you, Lieutenant Colonel Cave and Air Commander Adams. Can you please go back a page? And another page. There it is. So you'll see on the second dot point, it says there the minimum entry age has been reviewed. However, it was decided that the age should not be changed due to recruitment imperatives. Do you have a view about what the expression recruitment imperatives means?
So to be able to recruit optimum numbers to defence.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that's directed to the founding purpose of ADFA, namely to recruit trainees early and to mould them into be future leaders of the Defence Force?
If they're motivated to do so, yes.
Looking at that response to the recommendation, would you accept that that is a response by Defence that puts recruitment imperatives above the well-being of the trainee cohort?
That's the way the statement is written, yes.
Okay. I'm just going to shift topics in terms and talk about the mental health support that does exist for trainees.
Ms. Longbottom, can you give me a descriptor for that document?
I can, Commissioner.
I tried to look it up in the...
It's Tender Bundle Document AA. The descriptor is INQ.quadruple0.0001.3229, and the reference is at .3301.
Thanks.
Lieutenant Colonel Cave and Air Commodore Adams, we've discussed the perfect storm or pressure cooker environment that exists at ADFA. Am I correct that trainees have access to mental health support from Joint Health Command?
That's correct.
And that's not physically located within the ADFA campus, is it?
Not in the defined ADFA campus, but it's right adjacent to.
Okay. And am I correct that trainees also can avail themselves of counselling staff from the University of New South Wales?
That's correct.
And that those counselling staff are located within the physical campus of ADFA?
They are.
And am I correct that there's an arrangement whereby there are two counselling staff from the University of New South Wales that are either physically located or available via telehealth for your trainee cohort?
That's correct.
Are there any mental health professionals that are posted to ADFA?
No.
In your view, should there be?
So we need mental health staff there, whether they are defence mental health staff or they are university mental health staff. It can be either, and it has been defence mental health staff in the past.
And we've heard some views expressed previously about the desirability of having psychological staff who particularly understand the military context. What I'm trying to unpack with you is your views about the benefits of having specific military psychologists available to trainees, or alternatively, the benefits of having a psychologist who is entirely away from that military environment to counsel trainees who are in need. Do you have a view about that, Air Commodore Adams?
I do. So the counsellors we have resident within the unit are not there in a clinical role. So they are there purely as in an advisory role. They happen, and they do have psychologist backgrounds. They are most familiar with the environments, particularly the academic environments that individual is in. But if they consider that individual's situation has crossed over into a clinical situation, they will refer to the clinical staff that are some 200 metres across the road.
So just to make sure I understand what you've said there, so the counselling staff from the University of New South Wales, they are principally focused upon counselling with respect to academic issues as opposed to acute mental health issues that a trainee might suffer.
So it's not acute mental health issues,
Okay.
those would be referred, and it's not just academic issues, that's just one such issue. They can present with any stressor, and that will be assessed there, and if the counsellors consider that has hit a threshold, it needs to be clinically referred, it will be.
Okay. Coming back to the desirability of having mental health professionals posted to ADVA, accepting what you say about Joint Health Command being proximate to the physical location, do you think it's desirable to have mental health staff from the military that are posted to the academy?
It would be desirable.
Do you have something to add there, Lieutenant Colonel Cave?
I would agree with the Commandant's assessment that yes, it would be desirable. I'd just note that we do have, so aside from the clinical psychologists, there is a small detachment of organisational psychologists, so those that look at suitability and those kind of questions and do those assessments, located, not posted to, but physically located on the ADVA campus. We provide them the workspace, if you like, and they do provide that service to our trainees.
So in terms of organisational psychology, could you just give the commissioners some examples of the types of assessment or advice they may give to trainees?
Certainly. So when a trainee is looking at transferring between, say, specialisations, job roles within their service, or looking to transfer within their from one service to another, they will generally be required to have a suitability assessment, which will be done by a uniformed organisational psychologist to check that they have the required skills, attributes, potential to be able to fulfil that particular job role.
Moving away from organisational psychologists, as I understand it, you said before, Lieutenant Colonel Cave, that you think it would be desirable to have mental health professionals posted to ADVA. Could you explain to commissioners why you hold that view?
To have them posted as opposed to just located?
Posted or
clarify?
located, directly available at ADVA for trainees.
Yes, so in terms of as long as they're located there and they're available, then as long as the functions are available to our trainees and indeed to our staff, that is my main concern. There is probably a small discussion to be had around the benefits or otherwise of having people who are psychologists reporting directly to you within your chain of command, but I think that's incidental and minor compared to having the function available and the resources that are needed by the people that need them.
And can you briefly outline for the commissioners the caveat you've just made about the reporting function between psychologists and the chain of command?
Yes, I'll do so hesitantly if you don't mind, Councillor, because it is not my area of expertise. But I would just note that there are different reporting arrangements and therefore perhaps different levels of situational awareness and control that arise from having a detachment that would report directly to you, say you could anticipate an officer that was reporting directly to the commanding officer of ADFA versus someone who was under the command of Joint Health Command, who provides that clinical function, no change there, but provides reporting up their own chain of command.
If I can come back to the counsellors that are provided from the University of New South Wales, am I correct that under the arrangement with ADFA, they provide data on the take-up of its mental health services?
That's correct.
Including themes of presentation of those who take up their services?
Yes.
Are you able to comment, even just in a general sense, about the level of take-up of the services offered by the University of New South Wales and the themes of presentation that they inform you about?
So I can certainly say the take-up rate. So it averages out at about 57% of their capacity, which is the equivalent of two full-time equivalent across 3 psychologists. That capacity is surged at certain times of the year based on what we know will present over significant stress periods. Those relate mostly to the year 1 familiarisation training period and exam periods and any other point in the year where stressors are apparent.
And if I could just unpack that with you a little bit, you've referred to the year 1 familiarisation training. Can you just briefly explain to the commissioners the duration of that training?
Yes, it's the first 5 weeks.
And am I correct that that's the training for the recruits who've just come to ADFA?
That's correct.
And in terms of what you've just identified there about the take-up, am I correct to understand you to be saying that during that 5-week period, there is a surge in demand for the services of the University of New South Wales counsellors?
Not necessarily. So the capacity is made available.
Okay. And in terms of, you've said that you have 2 full-time counsellors who are permanently available. I'm just trying to understand the observations you've made about the surge in the take-up. How do you come to have an understanding about that?
So it's about being available, and because we don't have the majority of 2nd and 3rd years on the campus at that time, what would ordinarily be taken up by them is made available to the new trainees.
But are you saying that the counsellors aren't available other than during that time?
No, that's not what I'm
No,
saying.
and I think that's where we might be at cross purposes here. I understand you to be saying that there are particular key points
Yes.
in the academic year when you are aware there is a surge in demand for counselling services.
Not in demand. We just want to ensure the services are there and fully available should they be required.
Okay. Do you get data on the take-up of those services during those periods where you want them to be available?
Yes, we do, and probably Lieutenant Colonel Cave can speak better to that.
Lieutenant Colonel Cave, what does that data tell you about the take-up of those services?
So, as you might expect, you do see an increased rate of utilisation in the 4 to 6 weeks before exams, and particularly that week prior to exams, and that's reflected in the nature of the presentation. So, I generally will review the report, and it will show, say, for a particular month, there will be 10 or 12 key themes that the psychologists have identified. At the start of an academic session, it will generally be around grief, loss, relationships, emancipation, so moving out of home for the first period, that kind of thing. As you get closer to exams, you start to see themes like procrastination, study skills, concentration start to dominate, and that's throughout through those 2 key exam periods we have in each year, in June and November. Can I just clarify during YOF, just to enhance what the Commandant said, we don't see an increased take-up of those counselling services during YOF, but we are quite aware that it can be a period in which, if an acute case is going to present because of those risk factors that you've described, Counsel, that is when it will present, and therefore we want to have the maximum availability so that there is a minimum wait time. In practice, YOFT is a period of pretty low utilisation because there's a significant amount of staff and other support to trainees to help them manage those issues.
And do trainees get much downtime during YOFT?
They get generally most evenings are devoted to revision or similar, which I would characterise as downtime. It is unstructured. They will generally have a small number and fairly easily achieved number of tasks in the evening. And we also have a deliberate, if you like, deload periods, afternoons and evenings generally combined at about a weekly basis through that 28-day YOFT period.
My question is really directed to the capacity of a YOFT trainee if they wanted to during that period to take up access to counselling services. Practically, is that possible?
So yes, it is.
Okay, and can you tell me in practice what that would look like?
So generally it would involve the trainee or either identifying that they wanted additional assistance that was beyond that of the capacity of the staff who may or may not have already been supporting them, or it will be a staff member who identifies that a trainee perhaps is a bit more withdrawn or not performing to their full potential and suggests a referral, and then they will go down and often be accompanied down so that they can attend and know where the appropriate consultation room is, and then picked up after the consultation.
So sorry to cut you off there, but it's a process of trainees requesting access to the counselling services through a staff or a staff member referring them.
Generally, yes.
How do you make trainees aware of the services that are made available by the University of New South Wales? And I'm particularly focusing on those year one trainees.
Yeah, so in the first day or two, it will vary. We have 11 different groups typically in YOFT, but in that first day or two, that includes an orientation brief on the support services, so an introduction to what they are. They get physically shown and walked around where the chaplains are, where the UNSW counsellors are on campus, and then about 200 metres away from the campus is the ACT Health Centre, where they will then go through a tour of the ACT Health Centre and be informed of what services are available there. They also separately, in about the same time frame, receive a lesson on the support services complete that are offered at ADFA and how they can ask for a referral or indeed self-refer or just walk in and present.
So self-referral is an option in terms of the counselling services offered by the University of New South Wales?
Absolutely it is, and we strongly encourage it.
Now, before I leave the topic of themes of presentation, am I correct that a feature of the training at ADFA is what's called an end-of-year review? Or a board of review?
A board of review. So yes, we do conduct boards of review twice per year, once in July and once in late November.
And can you explain to commissioners what that board of review involves?
Yes, certainly. So the board of review, the board or the boards of review, as I said, there's a mid-year, a MIBOR and an end-of-year IBOR review is a time at which we look across every trainee and advanced student. We collate all the data points on their performance, their academic marks in the military and their academic studies, any performance reports, etc., and do a check of how they're performing. And as an outcome of that, broadly, it can be they're travelling well, but no further action is required. They can be travelling particularly well and they will receive a commendation for their military or their academic performance, or if their performance is demonstrating some shortcomings, that is our opportunity to identify what additional support services we can link in there and what if interventions might be warranted by staff to assist them to increase their performance for the next 6-monthly period. And the trainee will receive a report back on their performance as assessed by their supervising staff, typically their divisional officer. and that will include a few hundred words of text on how that individual sees them performing, as well as some evaluation against their performance against our values, the defence values.
And Lieutenant Colonel Cave, do you have any data about the themes of presentation around the time of those board of reviews?
So we have the data that comes from the UNSW counsellors. Yes.
Can you explain to commissioners what that data tells you about the themes of presentation at the time of those board of reviews?
I wouldn't say that we detect a strong correlation between the presentation of those results and any uptick in services with the UNSW counsellors.
I'm going to shift topics and ask you about the learning requirements of trainees. Would you accept that trainees as young adults or adolescents have different learning requirements than their adult counterparts?
Yes?
Yeah.
Are ADFA instructional staff required to hold any specialist teaching qualifications?
No, they're not.
Or hold any specialist experience in teaching?
Not in teaching per se, counsel. They go through an instructor induction program in which we cover off on many of the elements of this, and depending on the service from which they have come, some will have greater or lesser degrees of instructional experience or theory. But for ADFA in particular, no, there is not a minimum defined requirement, if you like.
And are you referring there to the 2-week baseline training that's provided to ADFA staff before they commence?
In part, yes, that 2-week period, what we call the ASIP, but I would note that that is complemented by the ASET, the Academy Staff Education and Training Program, which is designed to provide just-in-time training, so we train our staff for when they need it. ADFA has a series of phases throughout the year in which instructors, staff, will be doing different tasks depending on what is required by the Academy at that point in time.
I just want to focus on the ASIP. Am I correct that the object of that training is to provide new staff with the required skills and knowledge to prepare them for the commencement of the training year?
That's correct, specifically to support YOFT.
And is that training in person or are aspects of it delivered remotely?
So the training is broken into 2 halves, if you like. The first half is delivered in a mixed mode, so we'll have generally more than half the new staff attend that. That is in October, the year prior to them taking up their appointments. The other half that don't attend in person will watch it online or complete it online through our platform Adele. Then the second week is residential, and yes, all staff will be present for that.
Can I ask you what types of things that training covers?
It's quite a range. So initially in that October pre-week, it is around orientation to the academy, the expectation of instructors, the various policies and procedures that apply, and also probably about half a day on basic instructional technique, the systems approach to defence learning and how that works. In the residential week, it is far more focused on ensuring a common baseline of instructional skill to ensure that our instructors are ready to commence that Year 1 familiarisation training period.
And am I correct that there is a mental health component to that ASIP training?
Yes.
Operator, can you please display document number 3 in the tender bundle and turning to .0029 of that document, and in particular table 3.1. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Cave, you recognise this as a table that forms part of your statement?
Yes, I do.
Just in terms of explaining to the commissioners that table, am I correct that it outlines the mental health related training that's made available to ADFA staff?
That's correct.
And if we look at the how column, Where it has ASIP noted, that reflects that it is the mental health training that's provided in the first 2-week baseline training period we've spoken about.
That's correct.
And where it has ASET, is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, ASET.
That is subsequent training that's made available.
Yes.
In terms of the ASIP training, is an aspect of that training directed to equipping staff to prevent and or recognise deterioration in wellbeing and how to appropriately intervene?
Yes, there are components of it.
Can you outline for commissioners which of those modules that are listed in that table are directed to that issue?
So it's across a couple of different lessons in here. Primarily, it's in that first row of support services available to trainees and staff. That's where we discuss what is available on campus, but also what to watch out for when we think a trainee's wellbeing is diminishing. It will also be covered in a fair amount of detail in the next row by that PSST, the Psychological Support Team capabilities, noting that they are strictly our organisational psychs. They do have a background in clinical areas that we find quite helpful because it is a person in uniform talking about what they should be looking for in our new trainees.
If I could just focus then on those first 2 rows. So they're concerned with the delivery of mental health services, but I understand you to be saying there a component of that is assisting staff to identify when there are mental health issues.
Yes.
And am I correct to understand that at least the UNSW counsellor and the officer in charge of the Canberra PSST, that they are mental health professionals?
Yes, they both are.
Okay. If you could then move on to the balance of the training in relation to suicide awareness and suicide prevention, I notice that's provided by the adjutant at ADFA and the commanding officer. Do you have any expertise in mental health in terms of the delivery of suicide awareness and suicide prevention training?
I don't have any formal mental health qualifications beyond having completed, say, the ASSIST course,
Okay.
etc. But I do have, and the adjutant has a reasonable amount of experience in managing some of these cases with the input of experts.
And would it be correct to say from the description in terms of content, the training that both you and the adjutant deliver are principally directed to managing incidents?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. If we can then turn to the last 2 rows of the ASIP training, could you please give the commissioners a brief overview of what that involves?
Shall I go off my notes here, Council? I just note it's not yet displayed.
Sorry, can I ask operator, can you please display the row headed YOFT expectations lesson? And while that's coming up, can I ask you to give commissioners an overview of what's involved in the YOFT expectations lesson?
Yeah, so the YOFT expectations lesson is, as strictly speaking, there's 2 of them, but effectively it is done immediately before YOFT commences, and that is the point at which the officer commanding YOFT, so a officer at the 04 level who reports directly to me and will oversee and coordinate all of that training, provides an expectation brief to staff. Now, primarily this is focused on administration, how YOFT will run, etc. But it does include a small but important component on what to watch out for with our trainees, how to promote their wellbeing, how to determine when deloading might be required and we might need to ease off on the training continuum, and those general management techniques, if you like.
And does the officer commanding YOFT have any specialist expertise in terms of mental health?
No, she does not.
Can I then move to the next row, which concerns who are our learners' adolescent development and learning requirements? Would it be a fair assessment that that session is directed to the issues we were previously discussing about the particular training requirements needed for the adolescent mind?
Yes.
And I noticed that that's delivered by way of online instruction. Why is that?
So this is typically delivered as a recording of Colonel Kilpatrick's presentation, which has been shared widely on adolescence. So it goes for about an hour, but it's a presentation which has been shown quite widely across Defence, and indeed he's provided this in person and recorded to a number of educational institutions across the world.
And does Colonel Kilpatrick have particular expertise in adolescent learning?
Yes, so Colonel Kilpatrick was previously the Chief Instructor of the Australian Defence Force Academy through, I believe it was 2011 and through 13. He then completed and was awarded a Masters of Philosophy Research Masters, looking specifically at adolescent learning, and that is the basis for his presentation.
And is there an opportunity for trainees to have an interactive session with Colonel Kilpatrick?
In previous years, he was the Deputy Commandant of the Defence Force Academy in 2019-20. Since he has been posted to another state, they have not had that opportunity, no.
And I need to correct myself there. I phrased the question in terms of trainees. I meant staff, but I take it your answer concerns staff.
I understood that, yes, Council.
Yes. The balance of the training that is available on that table, and it goes across to the next page, has the denotion asset. Is that asset training compulsory?
For all, generally it is. It will depend. So it's compulsory for those for whom it is relevant. Typically in the first half of the year, yes, it will be compulsory for all staff.
Okay. And to the extent to which it's not compulsory, do you have a view about whether it should be?
I strongly encourage all my staff to take up the opportunity for additional professional development. Our ASET program is typically delivered 2 hours every week around 2 hours. It can go longer or shorter, but generally about that time on a Thursday afternoon every week. So it is time that is deliberately allocated and not subject to other competing demands, so our staff can focus on enhancing their skill sets.
And in terms of the instructors for that asset training, does it include mental health professionals?
Where it contains mental health content, often it does, yes.
So if I can take, for example, on page 0.0030, suicide awareness in the ADF is a component of that training. It's delivered by ADFA chaplains.
That's correct.
Do they have any specialist mental health training?
So I believe all of the chaplains have completed the Applied Suicide Intervention Skills training, and most, if not all, and I'm just hesitant here because I don't know this, but I understand it, Council, have also completed the 2-day mental health first aid program.
No doubt the next question will come as no surprise to you. Do you think it would be beneficial to the skill set of ADFA trainees to have a higher level of training delivered by mental health professionals in terms of managing this vulnerable cohort?
So, Council, yes, I believe that in all cases you should have the most qualified and experienced individual delivering any training if possible.
And obviously you have a depth of experience with ADFA. You've been a student there, you've been an instructor there, and you're now a commanding officer. Could you give commissioners the benefit of your view about how managing risk of mental health at ADFA would be better enhanced by further components of training to what are identified in that table?
I'll try, Council. I note that it is quite a broad topic. The focus of additional mental health training, I think, comes in two parts for our staff particularly, but also for our trainees, and I imagine we may discuss what we already do for the trainees a little bit later. But for our staff, yes, we recruit our staff. They are high quality individuals from across the ADF in general. but they may not have a background in instruction, and they may not have specifically a background in instructing adolescents. And so many of these concepts and understanding of how best to provide support may be new to them. Our staff training does a good job of equipping them, but I would note that to give you an example, you may have an individual who is an expert in undersea warfare and has spent 15 years becoming one of the very best in the world at hunting submarines, and we are now expecting them to become a leader, a teacher and a mentor of adolescents. I believe that that is possible, but it requires careful, well-considered and targeted training, not just prior to the assumption of their appointments, but throughout the year, and indeed as they need it if they identify that they have a particular skills shortage. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
It does, Lieutenant Colonel Cave. So you would accept, for example, that no doubt Colonel Kilpatrick is well renowned in the field, but an hour-long video from the Colonel is not sufficient to adequately equip instructors to effectively teach adolescents. More training is desirable and in fact needed.
More training is always desirable. Yes, that provides considerable bang for buck in terms of the time allocated to it, but you're not going to get a disagreement from me that we shouldn't conduct more training and have a higher level of expertise of people delivering it.
In your view, should there be a requirement for at least some tertiary qualifications in teaching to be held by staff at ADFA?
No, Councillor, and perhaps I'll just explain how the academic and the military components work at ADFA. So the priority for our trainees is to achieve their academic degree, and that is delivered by UNSW Canberra. To give you an idea of a typical day for a trainee, their first commitment will generally be at 7 o'clock. That's typically a roll call. Then they will complete 2 hours of military education and training between 8 and 10. That may be physical training, it may be a theory lesson, it may be a syndicate or other interactive activity. Between 10:00 and extending as far as 6 p.m, but usually it finishes before then, their focus is exclusively on their university studies delivered by the University of New South Wales, Canberra, as by civilian lecturers.
And I accept that. My question is directed to the military education that's delivered by ADFA staff, but given what we've discussed as being the particular learning needs of the adolescent mind, do you think it would be desirable for the ADFA staff that is delivering that military education to have at least some tertiary qualifications in teaching?
I think it would be desirable. I note that most, if not all, of our officers meet that criteria. I'd be wary of putting it as a essential requirement because it would exclude a very large number of our very experienced and highly capable enlisted personnel who lend a very valuable different perspective and add to the diversity of what a trainee can experience. And that's quite important for a trainee who otherwise may not have as many inputs about what their future job role or specialisation may be out in the fleet or Air Force or Army.
Okay. What is the staff to trainee ratio at ADFA?
So we have 59 trainees facing staff out of a total staff that I command of 101. For, as the Commandant outlined currently today, 1,126 trainees, including advanced students.
Would it be correct to say that the ratio of cadet-facing positions to trainees is 1 to 20?
That's correct. And even though he has 100 positions, he doesn't have all of those positions filled. So that ratio is often more.
And am I right, Air Commander Adams, at least as at July of this year, you had a 16% staff shortfall?
That's correct.
Comparing ADFA to other ab initio officer training institutions. Am I right that the staff to trainee ratio at those other institutions is 1 to 5?
That's correct to my knowledge.
In your view, Air Commodore Adams, is that problematic in terms of the vulnerable cohort that exists at
It is.
ADFA? Could I ask you to explain to commissioners why you hold that view?
I hold that view because to have influence in a student body of that size, we need to have more interaction, more contact time, and the staff actually need to be available to the students. When the staff are fully committed to administering the students, their availability is compromised.
Are there barriers to recruiting staff to ADFA? For example, I think one of the observations that have been made in reports like the Broderick report is that there have been difficulties in recruiting staff because it's not seen as prestigious a position as might be within, say, a command position for staff. Do you perceive that to be an issue in terms of recruiting the required number of staff to ADFA?
So having recently come from the Career Management Agency, I would say ADFA is an easier place to gain staff to than perhaps some of the regional areas. So for Air Force, East Sale and Wagga can be more problematic than coming to Canberra.
And when you're talking about those regional locations, are you talking specifically there about regional locations and training institutions within those?
Yes.
My question is really directed to is a posting at a recruitment unit considered to be less prestigious than, say, a command unit?
I think you have to want to do it.
And so why do you have this shortfall? Why do you only have one staff member to 20 trainees?
So it's a challenge across the enterprise. We are short of staff relative to our government funding for staff, which means that the available staff we do have need to be prioritised to those positions that are most important.
But we've spoken about officer ab initio, other officer ab initio training institutions. They have a staff ratio of 1 to 5. We're talking about this is the institution that is designed to train the leaders of tomorrow. Why is there this staff shortfall?
So there's two parts to this. I suppose there is the establishment that is created for ADFA, so that has been considered at one time or another to be adequate to perform the role, and then there's the issue of the staff to fill that establishment. So they're two separate things.
Can you unpack that for me a little bit? What are the causative factors there?
So I would say that it may have been challenging for the career management agencies to find the people that are both motivated to come to a training appointment, and that potentially there have been competing priorities around what's most important to fill at that time from that services perspective. What's
the gender distribution of ADFA staff?
So it's roughly 29%.
Currently, accounting for vacancies, there are 22 females and
about a quarter.
Around 80 males. Sorry, correction, around 70 males.
One of the recommendations of the Broderick reports was to offer female trainees the options of being placed with a mentor external to ADFA to provide support and advice. Do you have a view about whether or not it's important in terms of creating good culture within ADFA to either have a greater proportion of female ADFA staff or alternatively offer that capacity of external female mentors?
So we do have that available right now. So there are a group of individuals who offer their services as external mentors to trainees. Typically now we vector some of these mentors onto certain trainees that we think would benefit from that mentorship.
Where do the mentors come from?
So they are reservists in the most part, and we also use some of our staff at the Australian Command and Staff College who volunteer as mentors.
Do you have any data about the take-up and effectiveness of that mentorship program, given it was a recommendation sort of made back in 2011?
It's well used. Yep.
That there is data on it?
We could get data on it,
Okay,
yes.
no, that's fine. Do you have a high turnover of staff at ADFA?
So staff typically have a 2-year tenure.
Is burnout an issue for ADFA staff, given the sort of low staff to trainee ratio?
Certainly a risk factor.
And can you expand on that and sort of give some practical examples of how that manifests in your experience at ADFA?
So I think Lieutenant Colonel Cave is probably closer to that one than I am.
Yes, so as the Commandant has identified, it is a risk factor, and we do occasionally see that risk manifest. Typically, it will be an individual who, to use the example I gave before about an expert in undersea warfare or the like, perhaps doesn't have a strong background in both instructional and leadership training, and perhaps when they're under pressure and tired, they reach the limits of their leadership ability and therefore start to, if you like, default to less productive forms of motivation. So I do worry about the pressure that we place on our staff writ large, and we do spend a large proportion of our time monitoring our staff, making sure they are appropriately supported.
And when you say less productive forms of motivation, would it be fair to say that you are describing behaviour that might, in current parlance, be identified as being unacceptable?
Perhaps occasionally in extreme examples, but rarely is it like that. It is more an individual that, rather than taking a lead, teach, mentor approach, it becomes a little bit more directive and therefore, I guess, less open to understanding the particular needs of the learner they're dealing with, and being able to identify if there is something else that they can do to assist them in becoming better, rather than just providing them with resources or directing them to conduct some additional training to bring up their skill set.
Now, I don't want you to speak to individuals, but just to ensure that we properly understand what you're talking about, can you give some specific examples of the types of behaviour that you're talking about?
So there's a range, Council. I think we all have areas in which we are more comfortable than others. Most of our staff will do their very, very best to support an individual when they're struggling. I think what you're driving at here is there a link to unacceptable behaviour?
No, my question is, you've identified that when staff are under pressure, at times they have less productive means of teaching instructions. My question is directed to you giving commissioners some examples of what that looks like in practice.
So that will be where an individual, perhaps rather than having a conversation and saying, okay, what's going on with you today that you might have fallen off the standard that you normally have, and I stress these are a few percentage points, defaults to an extra training approach where they might do immediate or delayed fault correction, and therefore we miss an opportunity to really connect with and resonate with that trainee, and therefore, I guess, translate from extrinsic to intrinsic motivation. So it's a learning opportunity lost is what I'm getting at there.
So in terms of those default corrections, are you talking about the range of sanctions that might be administered if a trainee, for example, falls short of expected standards?
Not sanctions. I'm talking about, say, immediate and delayed fault correction, where an individual a trainer, an instructor, rather, as I said, than trying to work out or investing another 10 minutes in bringing the individual up to speed, may perhaps default to the easier option at that particular point in time and indicate, okay, I will come back in 4 hours' time and I expect the problem to be fixed. It's still an appropriate form of dealing with that shortcoming, but perhaps there are opportunities that are being missed if the instructor, the trainer, had another 5 or 10 minutes to invest in that person and be able to have that conversation around motivation, around what the individual knows about the standard and what they can or should be performing at, and thus lift both the instructor and the trainee together rather than taking a less imaginative approach to training.
And what mechanisms do you have in place as commanding officer to have oversight of when those deficiencies in learning delivery are occurring amongst your staff?
So that will generally be through the supervising staff, so divisional senior NCO and divisional officer working as a pair. My concern comes when we don't have the staff for those individuals to be working as a pair and an individual is therefore required to work alone for a period of time. They are therefore under a greater workload and they were more likely to default to those less productive forms of learning.
And in that circumstance where you have a staff member who is working alone, what measures do you have in place to have oversight of whether they may be falling into less productive means of teaching?
Yeah, good question, Council. So it is a concern of me because of that low staff to trainee ratio. I don't have as much oversight as perhaps I would like to be completely confident that we are doing the optimum thing at all times. But generally, I would note that our trainees have very extensive connected networks. So they have their chain of command who they can talk to. The chain of command also has a duty to the trainer to be providing the appropriate oversight and making sure that they're performing at their optimum level. Trainees also have wide networks of individuals they can talk to in YOFT. There might be YOFT mentors. Later on, first years have residential support officers. They also have mentors they may have connected with through the leadership coaching program, their sponsor families, etc. So the network is pretty extensive. I'm fairly confident that we have a pretty good oversight of these things.
But so you are in part reliant then on trainees feeling comfortable about speaking up when they feel that a staff member is engaged in a less productive means of teaching?
In part, yes.
And would you accept that there is an inherent power imbalance between a trainee and an instructor, and that may be a barrier to a trainee feeling comfortable to speak up?
Yes, I accept that.
Okay. Now, I just want to shift topics if I can and address with you some of the historical cultural issues at ADFA. It would be fair to say, wouldn't it, that since its inception in 1986, at least to the point of the DART report in 2014, ADFA has been beset by some disturbing incidents of unacceptable behaviour.
That is correct.
If I can just step through a few of those. In 1998, we had the Grey Review, and the Grey Review found that high levels of unacceptable behaviour at ADFA, including sexual harassment and sexual offences, had become a pervasive and public feature of the academy environment. You accept that was the finding of that review?
Yes, I do.
In 2011, we had the Broderick Review, which found that while the culture at ADFA had improved significantly since the mid-1990s, widespread low-level sexual harassment and discrimination against women continued to exist at ADFA.
It did.
And in that respect, would you accept, Air Commodore Adams, that low-level sexual harassment and discrimination, while perhaps not as egregious as some of the forms of abuse that were found in the Gray Review, are nonetheless insidious in terms of the psychosocial safety of trainees.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, in the same year as the 2011 Broderick Review, we had the Skype incident that prompted a raft of cultural reviews into ADFA. And then we have in 2014 the DART report, which, as you've qualified, Lieutenant Colonel Cave, concerned incidents from 2011 and before then, but nonetheless found that while there had been cultural improvements, complaints of abuse spanning from that period of 1986 until 2011 raised disturbing issues of sexual abuse and widespread harassment and bullying, particularly of female trainees. You would accept that's the case?
Yes.
And would you accept, Air Commodore Adams, that in terms of those vulnerabilities that we've been speaking about your trainee cohort, that the female sub-cohort is again another level of vulnerability in terms of unacceptable behaviour?
It is.
And consequently in terms of adverse mental health impacts?
That's correct.
And would you accept, Air Commodore Adams, that a culture of unacceptable behaviour is directly relevant to the issues of suicide and suicidality that are being examined by this Royal Commission?
I do.
And that's because serious abuse that is suffered by service personnel can be a contributing risk factor in suicidality and poor mental health.
It can.
Lieutenant Colonel Cave, if I can turn to you, you talk in your statement about the important role that ADFA plays in the effective enculturation of defence leaders. Would you accept that given its institutional importance in producing leaders, a culture of unacceptable behaviour at ADFA would be particularly problematic?
Yes.
And would you accept that defence leaders are instrumental in creating good culture within the ADF?
Yes, I would.
And that positive culture must be inculcated from service members' earliest days in defence?
Yes.
Now, I'm now going to move forward and ask you some questions about the culture of ADFA today. Commissioners, I'm in your hands. I'm conscious that we're meant to adjourn at 10:30. This part of the examination will take some time. I'm content to keep on going or adjourn now if you think that would be convenient.
I think you can continue now.
Okay.
And, yeah, we'll break
Thank
at
you.
10:30. Thank you.
Operator, can you please display tender bundle document number 97?
Ms. Longbottom, that doesn't help me when I'm trying to find it in
I
the database.
apologise, Commissioner. The reference is DEF.1074.0002.0029.
I know it's much longer and clumsier.
It is, but I appreciate that it's nonetheless essential, so I'll endeavour to make sure I give the full details.
I do have the tender list somewhere, but it doesn't seem feasible to link, tender list document number 2 with the relevant document in the database.
I'm very happy to accommodate,
Thanks.
Commissioner. Air Commodore Adams, can you please identify this document for the Commissioners?
This is the 2021 Workplace Behaviours Survey, which is produced by DPG.
And what's the purpose of this survey?
It's to summarise the experiences of unacceptable behaviour in a placemat form.
And so this survey refers to 2021 workplace behaviours. Am I correct that the survey was conducted in about July of 2021?
That's my understanding, yes.
And when were you provided with a copy of it?
I received it in March this year.
And so you took up a position as Commandant in January of 2022?
That's correct.
Do you know if your predecessor received a copy of it?
I'm uncertain.
But as far as you're aware, the first time you received it is in March 2022, which is my maths is appalling, but some 9 months after it was conducted.
That's correct.
Do you have an understanding about why it takes so long for the survey to come through to the Academy?
No.
Okay. Is that something that you followed up with Defence People Group about the delay in timing between the conduct of the survey and the results being provided to you?
I didn't follow up with them, but I did speak to Lieutenant Colonel Cave, and apparently the Academy did get an advanced copy. Was it in the November?
Yes, my recollection is that we saw elements of provisional data via a online presentation in late October 2021. I'm afraid I can't recall more precise detail than that at the moment, but I think it was the upper left 6 boxes, and it was stressed that it was provisional data and could not be relied upon at that point.
And I'll unpack this with you in a little bit more detail, but you'd accept that by any measure, the levels of experiences of unacceptable behaviour that is identified in this survey are concerning?
Yes, they're concerning.
So coming back to the delivery of the provisional data in October, was the information you received then in broad terms akin to identifying the levels of unacceptable behaviour that are now identified in the final survey?
It was broadly similar, noting that my recollection is the key comparison was between the 2020 and the 2021 results at that time.
And what actions did you take when you were given that provisional data in October or November?
So in October last year, actions were consistent with the actions I took upon viewing the 2020 results. If the question was specifically addressed to me, Councillor, can I just check
It was,
that?
yes.
Yep. So, as I said, we received the provisional ones in October. I, if you like, pressed harder with measures that I had instituted at the start of 2021 when I had viewed the 2020 survey results.
And what were those measures?
So effectively, seeking to ensure that we had an environment in which it was understood that unacceptable behaviour was not acceptable, that individuals understood the pathways to reporting unacceptable behaviour and what would be done about it, and that our staff understood the seriousness with which we view this, and also understood the various mechanisms that are available to resolve it or manage it under the Complaints and Alternative Resolutions Manual.
So would it be fair to say that that action is principally concerned with delivery of instruction in terms of expectation and management of unacceptable behaviour?
So yes, at that time, based on my understanding of what the problem was, I identified it as being about it requiring reinforcement from the chain of command and also a level of education to ensure that people knew how to access the various mechanisms available to prevent and to address unacceptable behaviour where it had occurred. And I can provide more detail if you want, Council.
Well, you just used the expression there, your understanding of what the issue was. Can you please explain to Commissioners what your understanding was then of the issue?
Yes, so perhaps understanding the issue is more, is not quite as precise as I would like. I think anyone's analysis of data and conclusions that are drawn from it change through time. At the time I was viewing this, I believed it was a matter of it required command reinforcement, that I did not accept this and that we needed to take concerted effort to drive the rates down. At a distance of some 12 months from now, I think it's a bit more nuanced than that it is also about barriers to understanding what the process is and how to report and address unacceptable behaviour when it occurs.
Just going back to your understanding as at October, you said, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong about this, that you thought it was an issue that required command reinforcement. Mm-hmm. What was your understanding then about the nature of the issue and why, therefore, it required command reinforcement?
My understanding of the nature of the issue was that, having looked at the 2020 results, I felt that people did not necessarily understand that the entire chain of command was committed to stamping out unacceptable behaviour. Now, I know that that is the case. I know that we do not tolerate it, and we want the best and most productive environment for our people to operate in. But I wanted to make sure that that was clearly reinforced from me and through every staff member down. So I conducted a number of that's the wrong term, conducted a number of in-person reinforcing briefs, if you like. So upon receiving officially the 2020 report in mid-21, I conducted a brief to the whole academy that talked about the fact that I did not believe unacceptable behaviour was appropriate in any form, and how they could go about, through many ways, reporting it, and what the basic overview was. We also conducted additional training for both staff and trainees in the unacceptable behaviour management process.
Can I just stop you there? You've said you had your perception at that time was that people did not understand that the entire chain of command viewed this behaviour as unacceptable. Why did you hold that view?
I guess I was looking at the 2020 results and thinking that these results are much higher than I believe we should have. Does that answer your question, Council?
It does, but I have a follow-up question. When you refer to people, are you talking there about trainees?
I'm talking about all our people within ADFA, trainees and staff.
And in terms of your view that people did not understand that the chain of command did not support unacceptable behaviour, was that related to a disconnect between experiences reported in that earlier survey data of unacceptable behaviour and reporting of that unacceptable behaviour?
No, perhaps I'll take a step back here,
Yes.
Council, just to say that, to use an army term, if I may, that when you're confronted with a situation in which you're not entirely sure what all the information and parameters are, we fight for information. So you have a bias towards doing something, conducting decisive action, and while you're going, getting additional inputs and to be able to do something. The simplest and most decisive thing I could do at that point, based on the information that I had available to me, was to make a clear statement that unacceptable behaviour was not acceptable in any form, to reinforce that through the staff and the chain of command, and also to conduct additional training so that people understood our stance on that issue, what unacceptable behaviour is and how to report it.
But is it fair to say from the comment you've just made then, you were in an information vacuum?
Yes.
Did you take steps to, in October of 2021, to press Defence People Group to give you that final data to enable you to inform the actions that you thought needed to be taken to address the issues?
Yes, noting it was a brief online presentation. We had an engagement earlier that year in which we'd indicated that amongst a number of themes, we would have liked the data earlier and in more detail that supported command initiated management actions, if you like, about what we could do about the data, rather than in the current format presenting trends through time.
And what outcomes occurred from you pressing Defence People Group to give you that further data?
So I'll stress here that that engagement was led by the Commandant at the time and Academy headquarters, in which I and they made their views clear. I don't have insight into what happened from there.
If I can just come back to the data here, in terms of the unacceptable behaviour, it indicates 40% of trainees report some experiences of unacceptable behaviour. Now, correct me if I'm wrong about this, Air Commodore Adams, but I understand the unacceptable behaviour result to concern a variety of types of unacceptable behaviour. That would include the specific categories of unacceptable behaviour that are identified in the other tables in the chart.
It's not just the behaviours in those other charts. So included in the overall unacceptable behaviour, there are 37 unwelcome behaviours.
So this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of the type of unacceptable behaviour that is captured by the survey.
That's correct.
Again, looking at the table, it identifies that 13% of trainees reported that they'd experienced sexual misconduct.
That's correct.
11% of trainees reported that they had experienced bullying while they're at ADFA.
Yes.
4% of trainees indicated that they had experienced some form of abuse of power.
Yes.
And 2% of trainees reported that they had experienced either a sexual assault or an attempted sexual assault.
That's correct.
Am I correct that in terms of what the survey data shows us about that particularly vulnerable cohort of women, that women reported significantly higher experiences of unacceptable behaviour compared to men?
They did. What's missing in there for me is to know, is that unacceptable behaviour perpetrated by males or is it by other females in certain categories?
Why is that relevant in terms of the impact on the psychosocial safety of female trainees?
Because it allows us to more specifically target our education and prevention strategies.
Okay. But am I correct that if we can move to the right-hand side of the table, it indicates that other students are the main instigators of unacceptable behaviour?
Yes.
And that those unacceptable behaviours are mainly occurring in the defence residential environment?
That's correct.
Now, Lieutenant Colonel Cave, you said before that you, as at October 2021, you're in an information vacuum about some of the causative factors of unacceptable behaviour. But can I put to you, that can't be entirely correct, because from the body of work that's been done by the Gray Review, by the Broderick Report, by the DART report, we know about what some of these causative factors are. Mm-hmm. They include the age and immaturity of cohorts. Would you accept that?
Yes.
They include the defence residential environment. Would you accept that?
Yes.
And in fact, am I correct that the defence residential environment that was identified at the time of the DART report as being a breeding ground for unacceptable behaviour is the same defence residential environment that trainees are in today?
It is unchanged from 1986, yes.
Okay. Now, Air Commodore Adams, if I could just turn to the next page of that document, where it indicates that 45% of trainees remain unsure that ADFA cares about their psychosocial safety. That must have been an exceptionally concerning statistic for you to see.
It is. I would balance that against the top two there, which actually state and lead to what Lieutenant Colonel Cave was saying in the green. Sorry, the next box above those red boxes. Sorry. So the understanding that their psychosocial or psychological well-being is taken seriously and that the workplace managers will address it quickly, that knowledge appears to be getting through. But despite that, and I take your point, they don't feel comfortable coming forward.
So how do you reconcile then that view of 45% of trainees feeling that they don't feel they're in a psychosocially safe climate, and those areas for improvement, those figures in red? Am I correct to understand your point to be that relates to a disconnect between people who are prepared to report and people who are not?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a view about the principal barriers to people, trainees, reporting incidents of unacceptable behaviour?
So I know what the report points to, and it would lend itself to that sense of I don't feel comfortable or safe coming forward. I find it easier to say nothing. I see these behaviours around me, and I've normalised that for myself, and I don't potentially think it's that serious. So it's those types of things.
And are you referring there, operator, if you could just turn to the previous page, there is a box that says responses to unacceptable behaviour, and in that box there is a table that says 5 most common reasons for not reporting unacceptable behaviour. In your experience of ADFA, is that an accurate account of the reasons why people may not come forward in terms of reporting unacceptable behaviour?
I don't know whether it's accurate, but certainly the survey would reflect that those are the boxes that individuals have identified for themselves as the barriers to coming forward, yes.
Okay. And Air Commodore Adams, am I right that when you received the 2021 survey in April 2022, you sought clarity about the information that was contained in the survey?
I did.
Operator, can you please display document DEF.1074.0002.0027, which is document number 123 in the tender bundle? Air Commodore Adams, is this the email that you sent at that time?
It was.
And am I correct that this email was directed to you getting a greater understanding of the characteristics of the unacceptable behaviour that is identified in that survey?
That's correct.
Have you been able to get that clarity?
In short, no.
So this survey was from July 2021. You didn't get the figures until some 9 months later. You've promptly, in April, sought clarity about the nature of the unacceptable behaviour, and you still have not had a response.
No, I haven't, but I can give you a line of where we've got to with that, if that's helpful.
And I'll come to that.
Yep.
But in your view, in terms of your responsibility as Commandant of ADFA to care for a vulnerable trainee cohort, is that acceptable?
It's not.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about the steps that you've taken, the other steps that you've taken when you received that data. Am I correct to understand that in May of 2022, you undertook a survey for the purposes of building a psychosocial risk assessment?
Yeah, so what we've been doing over the last 4 months or so is, well, it's not an easy thing to do because it's the first of type, was to actually not only look at our physical risks at ADFA, but unpack what the psychosocial risks were in a risk assessment.
And can I just, when you talk about physical risks, are you talking about risks of physical injury, or are you talking?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Work health safety risks, yeah.
Operator, can you please display document DEF.1117.0002.0019? And am I correct, Air Commodore Adams, that this is the psychosocial risk assessment that emerged out of that review you initiated in May 2022?
That's correct. I must stress it is in draft.
And can you explain to the commissioners the nature of the review you undertook in May of this year to understand the psychosocial risk at ADFA?
Yeah, so what we did, or what I did, was I took the Safe Work Australia definitions, broad definitions of psychosocial safety hazards, We applied those to the ADFA context, and then we worked through what we believe to be the control measures that we have in place to address those hazards and risks.
And did you have any specialty assistance from occupational health and safety consultants or other specialists in the area to assist you in undertaking that review?
So I had assistance from my higher headquarters work health safety area.
And did it involve engagement with trainees to identify their perceptions of?
Not yet. So we've literally just finished the first draft.
Okay. Now, if I could just ask operators, this document doesn't have discrete page numbers, but if you could turn to page 26 in the PDF. Just bear with me while I come to it as well. It's headed psychosocial, harmful behaviours, unacceptable behaviour, sexual misconduct and bullying. You'll see there in the table, it includes a risk assessment rating of high. Can you explain to the commissioners the basis of your view that there is a high risk in terms of, I'll withdraw that, I'll take a step back. In terms of what that risk assessment refers to, is that a risk assessment of the likelihood of unacceptable behaviours at ADFA?
Yes.
And so the risk assessment rating is that there is a high risk of unacceptable behaviours at ADFA.
Yes.
Can you please explain to commissioners the basis upon which you've identified that high risk?
Essentially for all the environmental factors you've previously described.
So we've identified there, you see in the hazard categories, and I will unpack these in a bit more detail with you, but you've identified there failure to comply with contemporary training standards. What do you mean by contemporary training standards?
So it's what perhaps Lieutenant Colonel Cave was referring to is something that is not appropriate to an adolescent cohort.
So would it be fair to say you're talking there about a staff who are perhaps ill-equipped to deliver instruction to an adolescent cohort?
Yeah, so instead of delivering something in a coaching way, it might be a pose, pause, pounce way, which immediately amygdala hijack and I completely shut down.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that that is a particularly unhelpful mode of teaching delivery in the ADFA environment where you've got an existent power imbalance between teachers and students?
I would say in any educational facility, there's always that power imbalance, yes.
But there is an additional overlay in ADFA, is there not, because of the military hierarchy?
Yes.
Okay. Can we then move to the next dot point there, which refers to unhealthy, competitive, social or professional behaviours? What are you referring to there?
So that is amongst the trainee cohort.
And when you say competitive, social or professional behaviours, what are you referring to?
So I'm referring to the interactions between the trainees in both their social and professional environment, because the professional environment in this context extends to their living lines.
So when you say, can I get you to give me some specific examples of the types of behaviours that you think are encompassed within that expression? Would it include, for example, sexual misconduct?
Well, I wouldn't say that was unhealthy competitive. I think that crosses a completely different line.
Well, then can you give the Commissioner some clarity about the specific types of behaviours you consider encompassed by that bullet point?
So I would say it encompasses the 37 undesirable behaviours that DPG have identified. So those things that sit beneath the threshold of being the unacceptable behaviour that we describe in the CALM.
And can you identify for commissioners what some of those 37 behaviours include?
Yeah, so it would be things like not responding well to the greeting that I've given you, or not including you in my social group. So that type of exclusion.
If we can then move to the next dot point, it refers to inappropriate behaviours. Can you explain to the commissioners the character of the behaviour that falls within that dot point?
So I would say, once again, it's the things that fall beneath the threshold of unacceptable behaviour but would not in normal society be deemed appropriate.
So does that include those 37 behaviours that you've been talking about?
Yes.
So what then is the distinction you draw between inappropriate and unhealthy? Is it a higher threshold or higher character of seriousness of those 37 unacceptable behaviours?
So I think we grouped it into things that we felt were unhealthy versus, well, I think I can't explain that to you on the spot, no.
Could you give an example of a type of inappropriate behaviour that you consider is captured by that dot point?
So perhaps some lower level name calling, that type of thing.
Okay. Commissioners, I'm conscious of the time. Is this a convenient moment to adjourn?
Sure. We'll adjourn very briefly for morning tea then. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned for 15 minutes.
Just be one moment.
The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms Longbottom.
Thank you, Commissioner Carbis. Air Commodore Adams, before the adjournment, we were examining the psychosocial safety risk assessment. I want to return to that document and the other elements that are identified in the table. Operator, if I could ask you to please display the document again. It's DEF.117.002.0019 at page 26 of the PDF. So, operator, if you could, yes. Operator, it is the section that we were at before the adjournment, headed psychosocial, harmful behaviours, unacceptable behaviours, sexual misconduct and bullying, and the table identifying hazard categories. Thank you. The next category of hazard identified in the table is intensive residential environment. Could you explain to Commissioners what you mean by that expression?
So it's both the physical environment, as in the confined nature of it, and the fact that there is very little opportunity to find some quiet space within it. The breakout room, if you like, is quite small, and therefore there isn't no place to get away apart from being in your own room.
And can you just give the Commissioners an insight into what the residential arrangements at ADFA are? As I understand it, there is, for second and third years, there is gender integrated accommodation.
That's correct.
For first years, there is siloed gender accommodation.
So we try to keep single gender in half sections.
And when you say in half sections, what do you mean by that?
So a corridor of 4 that share a bathroom together.
But you've just identified there's an inability to have sort of a breakout space. Is that, have I correctly understood what you've said before?
So there is one single breakout space in the block of 48, and it's very small. It really only holds 12 of the 48 at any given time.
Okay. If we can then turn to the next dot point, it refers to lack of workforce diversity. Can you explain to Commissioners what you mean by that?
So what I mean by that is the representation of women at the Academy.
And when you say representation of women, do you mean in terms of the staff at the Academy?
No, I don't. I mean the trainees. This risk assessment is directed at the trainees. Yes.
And can you explain how that lack of diversity, in your view, contributes to the risk of psychosocial safety?
It's about that peer support.
So am I correct to understand you to be saying there is a lack of female trainees to support other female trainees?
Yes.
Okay. You've then spoken about, the next dot point is the hierarchical and authoritarian structure of defence. Can you explain to Commissioners how, in your view, that contributes to a risk of psychosocial safety?
Yeah, so these are potential hazards. I'm not saying that they have manifested themselves, but yes, defence is a hierarchical organisation where power is literally held by rank, represented by rank.
And so in terms of that power imbalance, I guess the most obvious example of how it may manifest itself is between staff and trainees.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say there's also the potential for a power imbalance between more junior and more senior trainees?
That could be the case.
You've then spoken about alcohol tolerance. Could I get you to explain to Commissioners why you've identified that as a risk?
Because Many people come to the academy with little exposure to alcohol or the understanding of how it affects them personally.
So I take it that's again referable to the youth and relative inexperience of
That's
the
right.
trainee cohort.
Yes.
And then finally, you've spoken there about environment LIA design. What does that mean?
So it's not a contemporary design, so you haven't got an ensuite room, you're not self-contained, so you do have to share.
And so are you referring there to a particular risk presented by the need to have shared bathroom space?
Yeah, so for a 3-year period, you've got to plan your day to fight for that bathroom, yes.
Okay. Now, Commodore Adams, I was speaking to Lieutenant Colonel Cave before about ADFA's unique cultural and institutional environment coupled with the characteristics of its trainees. And I put to Lieutenant Colonel Cave that created a perfect storm of vulnerability to unacceptable behaviour and poor mental health outcomes. It strikes me when I am looking at that list that it can be broken down into the cultural and institutional environment. So in terms of cultural environment, we're talking about the hierarchical and authoritarian structure of defence. In terms of the institution environment, you've spoken in some detail about the physical environment of ADFA and how it is it creates a risk in terms of psychosocial safety. And then in terms of those aspects of risk that concern particularly trainees, so I'm talking there about unhealthy, competitive, social or professional behaviours, inappropriate behaviours, alcohol tolerance, would you accept that they are risks to which the young and inexperienced cohort that is at ADFA is particularly vulnerable?
And I think this is what we're trying to get at. We are trying to understand ourselves and unpack in minutiae all of those risks as we see them relevant to that environment. I'm not saying that they are not mitigated, but those are the potential risks, yes.
And that is the proposition that I'm putting to you,
Yes.
is that ADFA's unique cultural and institutional environment, coupled with the characteristics of its trainees, creates a perfect storm of vulnerability to unacceptable behaviour.
It does.
And in turn, to adverse mental health outcomes.
Has the potential to do so.
So I want to turn back again then to the proposition that I was engaging with Lieutenant Colonel Cave about earlier about the minimum age entry requirement for trainees. Would you accept, given those risks and how a young, inexperienced trainee cohort is particularly vulnerable to those, that there is cause to reconsider the minimum age requirement for entry to ADFA?
It has been reconsidered in the past.
Yes, and as we've said, as I spoke about earlier, when it was reconsidered, the decision not to change that minimum entry requirement had to do with recruitment imperatives, nothing to do with the mental health of the trainees. So in terms of considerations of risk to unacceptable behaviour and adverse mental health outcomes, in your view, should the minimum entry age for ADFA be lifted?
So my answer to that is still no. We don't have any evidence to suggest that those just a few months shy of being 18 years old are disproportionately affected compared to those that are 18, 19 or 20. We don't have any evidence to support that.
But you must at the least have the evidence garnered from your experience as being commandant of ADFA.
And I do, and I would suggest that in this environment there are also protective factors present. And if you talk to that young group of people, particularly I would say the 17-year-olds who are very determined, very focused, very motivated to be there, to deny them the opportunity to come in with their school year cohort that may have just tipped over the line to 18 and make them wait a further 12 months. I think that's manifestly unfair because so many of them know each other.
Sorry, can I just unpack that with you? Is your point of concern that someone who has just left high school and maybe 17 would be denied entry, whereas someone who has just left high school and is 18 may be denied entry? Is that your point of concern?
No. So what I'm saying is two people that are in the same high school class that both want to come to ADFA, what we're saying is the 18-year-old can come from that class, but the person that is just a couple of months shy can't.
Yes. But what if, for the sake of argument, there was a lifting of the minimum age requirement to say 19? In your view, would that be desirable in terms of addressing the risks that we've identified here in this psychosocial assessment?
So I don't think a particular age is helpful. I think what is helpful is the screening at the front end to understand whether somebody has the maturity and the motivation and the understanding of the environment that they're going into.
How does that answer sit with a body of data that spans 1986 to 2021 and tells us that a persistent feature of ADFA has been high levels of unacceptable behaviour?
And those high levels of unacceptable behaviour span all of those ages. It's not tied to age.
Is it tied to immaturity?
It is tied to immaturity, but as Lieutenant Colonel Cave has said, there are some much more mature 17-year-olds than there are 19 and 20-year-olds.
In terms of assessing the level of maturity of your trainees, are there any observations that you would make about distinctions between the Navy cohort, who have had some experience of life outside of home and in a workplace environment prior to coming to ADFA, and the Army and RAF cohort of trainees who have not?
Yes, I would. And to support comment, his observation, which I would agree with, is that midshipmen who come to the academy after a year's experience in service are much more mature and better equipped to deal with the environment at ADFA.
So having had the benefit of that experience would, by logical extension, reduce the risk of the types of hazards that you've identified here in this table?
That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying it's tied to age. I'm saying it's tied to maturity, which you gain, I think, through that stepped introduction to service, because what we have at ADFA that you've described as a perfect storm is the pressure of adapting to the military at the same time as adapting to that very large residential environment and the academics. All three of those things together are a pressure.
They create that perfect
They
storm
do.
I've spoken about. So if then, I'm sure the commissioners will be interested in your views about how that pressure could be better managed. Am I correct to understand you to say that ADFA trainees, having had the benefit of, say, a year's experience, either in a single service territory or perhaps something entirely external to the military, would be beneficial in terms of reducing the risks that are present at the moment?
So I don't think external to the military, because the whole point is we're giving a graduated introduction to the military, which is why I think it's worth looking at people going to single service before they come to ADFA.
And just to make sure I've understood that correctly, I mean, on one view, would it be correct to say that sort of on one view, the desirability of an initiative like ADFA is to have young trainees in early so that you can shape them, you can mould them into future leaders of defence. When you say that you don't consider it would be beneficial for trainees to have a year of experience external to ADFA, is that directed to the capacity to mould trainees, or is your point more that you think it would be beneficial for trainees to have some military experience before they come to ADFA?
It's the latter. So what I'm saying is I think we benefit by the slower introduction of the military side of learning versus the academic side. If we can get that gradual introduction, I think you would see better outcomes,
Okay.
as we do with the Navy.
And in terms of that, you've said you see better outcomes with the Navy than with the balance of the trainee cohort. Is there any data around that, or is it just observational?
So I'm going to quote some data that I know
Okay.
we're going to discuss
Yes.
in more detail in the closed session. So just to give you an idea of the Air Force and Army that experienced suicidal ideation between 2017 and 2022. They were 20 Air Force and 22 Army. Navy were 5.
And I appreciate we'll talk about this more in the closed session, but am I correct to understanding you to be saying, in your view, there is a direct link between the lack of prior military experience of RAF and Army trainees and greater levels of suicidality?
So what I'm saying is that the stressors and self-esteem issues, which typically combined will increase the risk, are less prevalent in Navy who've had this prior experience than they are in Air Force and Army. Now, what I don't have here, and I have to caveat, is what the manifestations were in that first year of experience in Navy, and that's something we need to look into. The other piece of information that's important in this is that when you go to look to how many of those Air Force and Army people went on to continue in service, we lost 12 Army and 6 Air Force because they were medically unsuitable to continue, whereas we lost no Navy.
So then that sort of link we're talking about is directly attributable not just to adverse mental health outcomes, but also relatedly attrition from the Australian Defence Force.
Yes.
So Defence is losing what could be potential leaders who, if were brought in a staged way, may be better equipped to manage the pressures of ADFA.
They may be. As I say, and I caveat, we don't know what we lose at the front end of the Navy.
Would it be fair to say, Air Commodore Adams, I can see you've received this data from the 2021 survey, you've acted promptly in terms of engaging with the Defence People Group, you've undertaken the initiative of the review to put together this draft psychosocial safety assessment. Would it be fair to say that you are frustrated about the lack of effectiveness of the current initiatives to address unacceptable behaviour at ADFA?
So what I would say is, and I wrote it in the email, I would really like to be able to take some targeted action, but without the context that underpins this particular report. It's very difficult to do with the fluctuation in data. It's almost impossible to understand the causative effects. And one of the things we've been driving for this year is some adjustment to those questions that can give us some of that information in the interim without those adjustments. We've taken some measures. This psychosocial safety risk assessment is one of those to better understand what we can do without that advice.
And I'm going to come back to the email, but just in terms of that point you've just raised, no doubt with further detailed questions in a survey, you might get some more granular level of data. But would you accept, as I put to Lieutenant Colonel Cave before, the issues that exist at ADFA that are causative of unacceptable behaviour and poor mental health outcomes are well known? They have been the subject of at least 3 detailed studies. And the risk factors in terms of poor residential environment, immaturity and inexperience of its cohort, they're matters that we've known about since at least 2011, if not at the time of the Grey Review in 1998.
That's correct.
So while you might get more granular data, the issues and the causes are ones that are well known to all of us.
But that data actually informs the action that you might be able to take to drive those risks down much further.
But you've already identified some of those actions. I mean, we've spoken about the poor residential environment. I mean,
There's very little we can actually do in that environment as it is. That's why there is a project to build a completely new complex that mitigates against some of the risks that are there.
And in your view, is that an issue that needs to be addressed as a matter of priority?
It is absolutely a priority.
And in your view, is it unacceptable that that risk of residential environment, having been identified in 2014 by the DART report, that nothing has been done to change it?
So we are working towards that, but it's a slow process to get a brand new build.
If I can return to my question though, in your view, is it unacceptable that the risk of the residential environment at ADFA being well known, that nothing has been done yet to rectify that?
It's highly undesirable.
You just spoke then about the steps that are being taken to rectify the residential environment. Mm-hmm. Can you explain to commissioners what that looks like, what the time frame is involved in it?
So the project has, it went to Gate 0 at the end of last year. It's due to go to Gate 1 at the end of this year. The anticipated start time for the build, though, is not for some years, and the completion time probably won't be until the early 2030s.
Why the delay?
I'm uncertain.
Is that an issue you've taken up with higher levels of command?
So this was well in train before I arrived, and funding is an issue. So we need to come in within that funding cap.
But surely, and I appreciate this is not something that you are directly responsible for, but surely given the fact it is a well-known risk, it has been a well-known risk since 2014, there are ongoing unacceptable levels of unacceptable behaviour, some funding needs to be found to address a known and identified causative factor of that risk.
And the accommodation block itself is one of those risks, but part of this risk assessment unpacks all the correlating risks that, as you see in the WBS survey, manifest themselves in that residential setting. There are risks that occur outside of that setting, mostly off the ADFA campus, that impact the number of unacceptable behaviour that we see in those accommodation blocks.
But the residential environment is a known risk.
It is one of the known risks.
And in terms of the 2021 survey, it identified the location of unacceptable behaviour as being predominantly in residential blocks.
Because that's where they sleep, yes.
Yes. And given those matters, I put to you that it is unacceptable that we have to wait until 2033, did you say, for that issue to be addressed?
I would agree with you.
Okay.
It takes a long time to do a brand new build.
In terms of the new build, and I'm not sure if you can speak to this or Lieutenant Colonel Cave, you can, has there been engagement with trainees to identify what they perceive would be beneficial in terms of addressing psychosocial risk in their residential environment?
We're not at that stage of the planning.
So when will that stage of the planning occur?
Post Gate 1.
And when is post Gate 1?
So Gate 1 is due to be at the end of this year.
Okay. Now, if I could go back to the email that you were just referring to, operator, could you please bring up document DEF.1074.0002.0027? And if I could get you to please focus on the third last paragraph commencing given we are often.
Can I just clarify what Gate 1 is? When we did the site inspection at ADFA and Duntroon, we were told of conceptual plans for this new block. Is Gate 1 what, further development of conceptual plans or
Yes.
working plans? Or,
Yes.
There's a difference between conceptual and working plans. Which might they be?
Oh, sorry. So we haven't moved to the next phase in the project to agree a model, if you like, whether it's going to be completely funded by Defence or whether it's going to be a public-private partnership. That
Right.
aspect of it has not yet, so the funding aspect has not yet been settled.
But the basic idea of the nature of the building and the location is set, isn't it?
So we have identified a location. We haven't even discussed design or
I see.
what that would look like. No.
So you're far off working drawings.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yep.
Air Commodore Adams, you identified previously that you wanted some more granular data to be able to take some targeted action. Can I direct you to the paragraph of this email? I understand this is an email that you sent to the Defence People Group, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can I direct you to the paragraph beginning, given we are often asked to explain what action we have taken in response to this annual survey at Senate estimates. You say there, I would really like to be able to take some targeted action I can refer to rather than roll out the same list of initiatives that do not appear to change the statistics materially year by year. Can I ask you to explain to Commissioners what you mean by that?
So what I mean by that is we've had a number of initiatives in place to attempt to, and these are higher level initiatives that are quite often tabled during Senate estimates to say what we are doing. I'm not seeing those initiatives delivering material change to the data over time. That's what I'm trying to say.
And is that a source of frustration for you?
Well, I'm a little amazed we haven't looked into it further, and I would have hoped that the survey would actually allow us to do that, but my experience is it just doesn't.
And can I get you to unpack that a little bit more? I mean, we've been talking about the 2021 survey. So we're now in the 2022 year. Where is the process at in terms of a survey of unacceptable behaviours?
So we're due to have a meeting on the 13th of December to discuss the next survey. What's occurred this year, we did ask DPG to look at some of the framing of the questions, etc., that looking at the university survey, the NSSS, because we felt that some of those questions would allow us to understand the context better. They undertook a gap analysis between the WBS and the NSSS and identified the delta there, and what I understand we might be discussing on the 13th of December is how we could close the gap between those two surveys, because quite often ADFA is compared to the university sector, yet the two surveys are subtly different in certain areas.
So this is an issue that you identified obviously around April of 2022.
Yes.
When was the 2022 survey taken?
It was back in July. Oh, sorry. No, yeah, it was July, yeah.
So in terms of the issue you've just identified about the desirability of having more alignment between the Defence People Group survey and you called it the NSS survey,
NSS, yep.
NSS survey, did that occur for the survey that occurred in July 2022?
No.
Why not?
Because they hadn't actually run that gap analysis at that time.
So there is a persistent, well-known issue with unacceptable behaviour at ADFA. You have promptly identified what might be done to enable you to get the granular data you would need to identify the causes of that behaviour, and no step was taken by Defence People Group to implement that change.
So to be fair to Defence People Group, they have come over to meet with us, but in terms of action, no, we haven't got there yet.
There's been no action.
Well,
So am I correct? So you're meeting in December with Defence People Group. I take it, is the survey that's been delivered in July of this year the same survey or a largely equivalent survey that was delivered in 2021?
That's what I understand, yes.
So when you get the results in December of this year, you'll be faced with precisely the same issue you identified in relation to the 2021 survey back in April of this year.
That's correct.
In your view, is that a satisfactory outcome in terms of assisting you to address unacceptable behaviour at ADFA?
It does not assist me.
Okay. Can we just turn and address some of the current measures that are in place to address unacceptable behaviour at ADFA? Am I correct that one of the measures that is undertaken is education that's given to first-year trainees in relation to unacceptable behaviours during what's called YOFT?
Yes, that's correct.
And Lieutenant Colonel Cave, I think as we touched on at the outset, YOFT is a 5-week period of, would it be fair to say, fairly intensive training of first-year recruits? Time
Intensive, yes. About a bit more than half is spent in the classroom, to give you an idea.
Okay. And in terms of the format of training on unacceptable behaviour, what form does it take? Is it solely in the form of lectures, or are there other methods of instruction engaged in, like, for example, smaller focus groups or discussion groups?
So on the day that trainees arrive, they will be given what we call the first night brief, which talks about various administrative requirements, but in that also talks briefly about unacceptable behaviour and what to do about it. The primary means of delivering that training is through a lecture during YOFT, and that will be consolidated in the following days with small group discussions by an instructor, either in all cases directed by the instructor, but receptive to trainee questions and feedback. Then later, in the what we call the JMET training, which is what happens during the normal academic semester, it will be reinforced with additional lecture and syndicate-based training.
So I'm particularly focused on YOFT, and I'll come back to the small group discussions, but I want to focus for a moment on the lecture that you've spoken about. Operator, can you please display document DEF.1078.0001.1300? Am I correct that this is the slideshow that accompanies the lecture on unacceptable behaviour?
It looks like it might be a year or two out of date just from the slideshow format, Council.
This is identified. Well, can you identify for commissioners if there are any material differences in this slideshow and the ones that have been previously delivered by ADFA?
Council, I'll do my best. Just so you understand, there's many thousands of hours of training that we deliver at ADFA, and while I have oversight of it, I will not have seen every presentation beforehand or during its delivery. So
That's
I'll
right.
do my best.
And no doubt my learned friend for the Commonwealth will correct me. In terms of the identification of this document in the tender bundle, it's identified as a slideshow presentation with a date of 19 October 2022. So would you accept that that would be the current version of the slideshow?
I would assume so if that's the date given.
Okay. Now, you've just spoken about the many, many hours of instruction that are given during YOFT. And we were speaking before about the particular deliveries of learning that are apt for the adolescent mind. Would it be fair to say that for a first-year trainee who's never lived out of home, who comes to an intensive period at YOFT, and is delivered a whole series of lectures, that might not be the most effective way to get through to trainees about issues of unacceptable behaviour?
I'd agree.
Okay. Now, operator, could you please turn to point 1302 of the document? It's headed Why. Now, again, I can be corrected if I'm wrong about this, but in an earlier emanation of this slideshow that's in the tender bundle, Why was accompanied by the words, Why Adfa Cares, or something to that effect. I'm intrigued by the notion that under the heading Why, the top dot point is reputation of the ADF. And it's not until you get down to 1, 2, 3, fourth dot point down that you is identified as a why in relation to, I presume, addressing unacceptable behaviour. In your view, is that an appropriate identification of reasons why unacceptable behaviour should be addressed?
If you're referring to the order in which they appear,
Yes.
Council, I don't think that there's a prioritisation implied by the order in which they appear, but I take your point.
That on first glance, certainly when you're looking at the reasons why, it is problematic that reputation of the ADF is at the top and that a young trainee who is receiving this sees themselves second bottom of that list.
Can I just add some context,
Yes.
Council? So when we talk about adolescent-informed learning, bear in mind that a trainee is receiving this on the first couple of days in the ADF. They are at a point at which they are intensely proud of having joined the organisation. They've just been appointed to become an officer in the ADF in front of their family, sworn in by a senior officer. Having that link to the organisation, which they greatly esteem that point, as one of the most prominent and initial points, might not be actually too far misplaced.
But we've spoken before, Lieutenant Colonel Cave, about barriers to reporting. And touching on that idea, you've identified you've got a cohort that is tremendously proud to be there in the ADF. They're being delivered a lecture on unacceptable behaviour and they're being told the reason why it's not okay is not you, it's the reputation of the ADF. Would you accept that that is a message that reinforces a barrier to reporting unacceptable behaviour?
Potentially. I'd also note the last point on the slide is our behaviour affects our performance. So reflecting on your comments around how it impacts on the team and how it impacts therefore on the reputation of the ADF. But I do take your point, Council, yes.
And touching on that concept of team, in terms of the 2021 survey results, we've identified that principally the perpetrators and the complainants, or those who experience unacceptable behaviour, are all trainees. Again, in terms of that concept of team, would you accept that the idea of reporting against someone who is in your cohort and therefore affecting their position in the team would be a barrier to reporting?
Could be a barrier, yes.
Okay. Now, operator, can I ask you to please then turn to document number DEF.1078.0001.1282. This is, as I understand it, and correct me again if I'm wrong about this, a slideshow presentation that's given during the YOFT period in relation to sexual misconduct. Am I correct in relation to that?
I would infer that, yes.
Yeah. Now, if I could ask the operator to please turn to dot 1293 of the document. That aspect of the slideshow refers to distribution of intimate images. Now, we know historically, technologically based sexual misconduct and harassment has been a feature of unacceptable behaviour at ADFA. Do you have any understanding of whether or not that continues to be a character of the unacceptable behaviour that occurs?
We do see what's defined as intimate image abuse very occasionally.
What about putting to one side intimate images, other forms of unacceptable behaviour, say in terms of bullying via social media? Is that an issue that confronts you at ADFA?
So I'm aware of one, perhaps two instances that would meet that criteria in which social media was used, yes.
And is that based on reporting that was made to you about a particular incident?
Correct, where an incident has been reported and handled.
How does ADFA otherwise monitor use of technology to perpetrate unacceptable behaviour?
So in accordance with the Defence Social Media Guide, we have a number of official sites. So think of the ADFA Facebook site. But if you're asking, are we monitoring trainees' private communications? No, we're not.
Are there any restrictions placed on trainees about their use of social media?
So long as it is within the directions of defence policy, not beyond that, no.
And putting to one side formal reports, do you have any education that you give to trainees to attempt to monitor and properly educate them in terms of misuse of social media?
So I'm not quite sure I follow, Council, about monitor them.
Perhaps educate about appropriate use of social media.
It does, yes, defence use of social media, I believe and I'd have to go and check amongst the many lessons we deliver, but I believe it is a standalone lesson either within YOFT or within the first year learning management package.
Now, I mean, I referred previously to the Skype incident. Dealing particularly with sexual misconduct, do you have a view about any similarities or differences between the character of sexual misconduct that occurs at ADFA today as compared to previously?
Could I get you to unpack that a little bit, Council?
Well, obviously the Skype incident was a particularly egregious form of sexual misconduct. What I think would be helpful for the commissioners to understand is whether or not you have any observations. We know that sexual harassment and sexual misconduct is still a feature of life at ADFA. Do you have an understanding of the character of that misconduct today? Air Commodore Adams?
So, as I mentioned before, much of the sexual misconduct that occurs has its basis in recreational activities external to the base.
But amongst trainees?
Amongst trainees.
And when you say recreational activities external to the base, would it be fair to say they are recreational activities involving alcohol?
Sometimes, yes.
What other types of recreational activities give rise to sexual misconduct?
sporting activities would be one in which there may not have been the link between a complainant and a respondent may have been made, but I'm not sure that's what you're driving at, Council.
No, it's not. I understood Air Commodore Adams to say, in terms of the character of sexual misconduct that occurs today, it's principally linked to activities off base. And my question was, well, is it fair to say they'd be activities involving alcohol? And I understood you to say, Air Commodore Adams, that's one type of activity. What I'm asking is, what other types of activity off base are linked to sexual misconduct?
So I think it's more the. I think what I'm trying to say, it's not typically during the working week when people are fully focused on study and that day-to-day routine. It's those recreational opportunities off base when perhaps, well, in most cases, when ADFA staff are not involved in those activities at all. They are self-planned activities that most teenagers or people of this age group engage with. They start in a well-meaning way, but they don't necessarily end up in a way that one or either individual planned.
So am I correct to understand you to be saying unsupervised activities off base, not involving alcohol, have been a feature of sexual misconduct amongst ADFA trainees?
There have been events of that, yes.
Okay. Again, coming back to the issue I spoke about earlier in terms of age, but particularly relative maturity, would it be fair to say that the relative inexperience and maturity of the trainee cohort might create a particular risk for that particular sexual misconduct occurring?
It's a risk, but it's very difficult to control because we can't lock them down for 3 years. So they have to have their own social life, as all adolescents do.
But it could be managed if you had more experienced and therefore slightly more mature trainees.
So what we're saying, if I'm clear, is that having a program in defence where you were not able to undertake your degree in service until you were much older is a good thing?
No, my proposition is directed to whether or not the minimum age of entry ought to be reviewed, or alternatively, whether or not it ought to be a precondition of entry to ADFA that you've had a year's experience in a single service institution.
So I think the latter would be preferable. I'm not sure that starting the service journey later would help defence capability or the individual that aspires to be part of the Defence Force. Delaying that further would likely mean that they would find a career elsewhere.
And so when you're talking there about defence capability, are you talking about those defence recruitment imperatives that we spoke about earlier in the context of the audit of the Broderick report?
So it's not defence recruitment. It's a whole of defence concern.
It's about having enough defence personnel. Is that correct?
That's right. That's correct. Defence of our country is important.
As is the mental well-being
Absolutely.
of your trainees.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate that is a difficult balance, but putting recruitment imperatives above the mental health of trainees is one that I put to you is not in the best interests of those young individuals.
What I would suggest is that there are ways in which we can achieve both to minimise the risk.
Okay. Now, if I can just take you to that slideshow at dot 1282. Operator, the full reference is DEF.1078.0001.129 at dot 1298. Now, during the course of the Royal Commission, we've heard evidence from former DART Chair Len Roberts-Smith, amongst others, about the role of alcohol in the perpetration of abuse and other forms of unacceptable behaviour. We've gone to the psychosocial risk assessment, and consistent with that, would it be correct to say that this slideshow identifies, and you would accept, that alcohol is a risk factor in terms of sexual misconduct?
It is.
And in your view, is it a risk factor in terms of other forms of unacceptable behaviour, such as bullying and harassment? Yep. Is abuse of other substances a live risk factor at ADFA?
It's a risk factor, but it rarely manifests itself.
And when you say it rarely manifests itself, am I correct to understand that, am I right that ADFA undertakes regular testing of alcohol and other substance abuse? Am I correct to understand you to be saying that that testing doesn't indicate other substance abuse being a difficulty at ADFA?
So it's a two-pronged answer to that. So the testing doesn't identify anything, and to my knowledge this year, I can't speak to previous years, we've not had incidences involving other substances.
Now, am I correct that alcohol is a feature of life at ADFA?
So we permit the use of alcohol at ADFA in a controlled environment.
And in terms of that controlled environment, are you talking about a mess or a bar on campus?
Yes.
One of the recommendations of the Broderick report was that ADFA review the pricing regime of drinks in the mess to minimise the risk associated with overconsumption.
Yes.
Could you speak to the price of alcohol at the mess compared to, say, institutions off campus?
I could not specifically, but what I can tell you is the Hamilton review that occurred meant that all messes and bars were subject to the exact same thing.
Okay, so am I correct to understand you to be saying that there's
a parity between external to ADFA and
Okay.
ADFA, yes.
And am I correct that dining-ins are an aspect of social life at ADFA?
They are.
How do you manage risk in that context?
So we have a proportion of the people that attend the dining-in night that are not drinking, and the amount of alcohol that's served at those functions is controlled.
Okay. Operator, can I ask you to please display document DAC.1001.0001.1290. And Commissioners, I'm conscious of the time. I won't be much longer before the adjournment. No, Operator, the document reference again is DAC.1001.0001.1290. Now, Lieutenant Colonel Cave, do you recognise this document? It's a guidance that's given to visiting lecturers.
Yes, I do.
At the third paragraph under restrictions, there is in bold on the third last line, discussion of alcohol consumption should be avoided. VLs have occasionally offered their experiences as a cautionary tale and inadvertently validated poor choices made by current trainees. Am I correct to understand from that an issue, at least in relation to visiting lecturers, has been a telling of positive war stories about drinking.
It's a fair assumption, but actually it's the other way around.
Okay.
Offering their experience and based on their negative experience and pointing out that they, if given their time again, they would have adopted a different approach and invested their time and effort more wisely. Does that make sense?
It does, but what I'm struggling then to understand is if a visiting lecturer talks about a negative experience as a cautionary tale, why would that validate poor choices made by current trainees?
Because they often do so in a typically Australian self-deprecating way that attaches a level of humour to what they have done and the missed opportunities and the waste that they express.
So in terms of the poor choices you're talking about there, am I correct understanding you're talking about poor choices by current trainees in terms of their consumption of alcohol?
That's correct, yes.
So again, is it fair to say that an issue has been the way in which visiting lecturers talk about alcohol and it consolidating poor behaviours on the part of trainees?
I've seen it once, which is why we added that sentence.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, if it's a convenient time to adjourn.
Thank you. We'll adjourn for a very brief adjournment, then there will be a closed hearing, and I understand we'll return after that at 2 p.m. for everyone's information. Thank you.
All right. The Royal Commission is adjourned for a closed hearing. Public hearing will resume at 2 p.m. The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Thank you, Mr. Sheptoe.
Thank you, Commissioners. Air Commodore Adams, I understand that you're currently monitoring trainees who have attempted suicide or experienced suicidal ideation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
By a watch list?
By a watch list.
And when did you start to do this?
Shortly after we had a suspected suicide on the campus.
And was that the...
That's correct.
And what is the objective of the list?
The objective of the list is to make sure that we are maintaining corporate knowledge within ADFA of those people that have had a suicide-related incident in the past, because the trainees outlive us in terms of their tenure at the academy, and it would be easy for somebody that perhaps presented in their first year to be triggered by an event in the third year and none of the staff to be remaining in the unit to remember that that was somebody that had a reaction early in their career.
And are there any specific additional supports that are provided routinely to those people on the list?
So the people on the list are monitored. That list is maintained at a lower level by the officer commanding and the divisional officers responsible for those individuals, and they apply additional supports responsive to the way the person is presenting day to day. So some people need little at all because it's been a very long time since they've had an issue and they have not come to attention for any additional support requirements. Others have additional check-ins more frequently.
And you mentioned that they're being monitored, and I think you mentioned divisional officers. Are there anybody else? Is there any other staff category that monitors them?
It's usually the chain of command.
And the chain of command, the information that the person has attempted suicide or experienced suicidal ideation is shared with the chain of command?
So with the people that need to know within that chain of command, yes.
For those trainees who are either on the list or who have attempted suicide or reported suicidal ideation, are there any consequences for those trainees?
No.
When I say consequences, for example, is their MEC downgraded?
Not unless there's a medical reason to downgrade their medical employment category.
So the fact that they seek support for suicidal ideation doesn't necessarily mean that their MEC will be downgraded?
Not necessarily.
Are you aware of any incident at ADFA where their MEC hasn't been downgraded?
I would defer to Lieutenant Colonel Cave.
So yes is the short answer.
Would it be fair to say that in the vast majority of cases their MEC is downgraded? Or would that be unfair?
That'll be a decision clearly for the healthcare system, and it'll be made in the individual's best interests based on the healthcare that they need to address the issue that has been brought out. In some cases, it will involve a temporary downgrade. In my experience, the vast majority or a significant majority are upgraded and go on to have no further issues.
So when you say, so a significant majority is downgraded and then the significant majority is then upgraded?
A significant majority is upgraded, yes.
Can I ask, what are ADFA trainees told are the consequences of seeking mental health support for suicidality?
That they will be provided with the best and most appropriate care to assist them in getting better.
What are they told about the potential consequences for their career? For example, MEC being downgraded, possibly discharged from the Army, or from ADFA, sorry. What are they told?
So for anyone who who enters a period of healthcare, there will be discussion generally as a result of a welfare board, which is really the forum which helps to determine what the likely healthcare path in the short term will be and what potential long-term outcomes might be. And that will be discussed with them by their chain of command at that time. It may not be clear, of course, in the early weeks or months.
So an IWB or an individual welfare board is convened when there's already a problem. What I'm sort of getting at is when they enter ADVA, for example, during YOFT, what are they told about the consequences of seeking mental health support, if anything?
It will be a limited discussion on Defence's healthcare management system.
Can I ask why it would be so limited? As in the sense, why wouldn't it be transparent as to what the consequences are?
Yes, so it's a good question, Council, and it is perhaps an area where we could provide more information. It is presently, I would say that it's motivated out of a desire not to complicate what can be a quite complicated system. But at any stage, I know my staff and I would be quite happy to provide more information. You might appreciate that the subject itself is quite dry for someone who does not have a vested interest in it.
When you say vested interest, do you mean someone who's not experiencing?
So someone who is not thinking, oh, this might apply to me right now. Every member of the Defence Force has a vested interest in understanding the healthcare system. But I think you take my drift.
I do, yeah, but it may well apply at some point to them in the future, so the information's important.
So it's time-appropriate training.
Right. Can I ask, is that a barrier to actually coming forward? So if you don't know, actually have a clear understanding of what the consequences are of coming forward, isn't that a well-known barrier to actually coming forward?
It can actually work the other way.
In what way?
In that, if you think your presentation for a mental health issue is going to impact your career, you may not come forward.
But the word you just used there is think. Mm-hmm. What I'm talking about is knowing what the consequences are, if it's clearly understood, rather than there being a fear or a perception.
Because it's a case, it's such an individual thing, it's really difficult to be certain for people.
And in terms of monitoring ADVA trainees' mental health, is a component of that a regular mental health assessment, like an annual mental health assessment?
No, it's not.
No.
Commissioners, I might hand over to Ms. Longbottom KC to complete the examination.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Colonel Cave and Air Commodore Adams, I'm going to return to the topic of the factors that bear on unacceptable behaviour at ADVA.
Sorry, Council, could you just move the microphone a bit closer?
Of course, thanks, Commissioner. As I said, I want to return to some of the factors that bear on unacceptable behaviour at ADVA. We've spoken in some depth about issues with the physical residential structure at ADVA, but I wanted to turn to a recommendation emerging out of the Broderick report to attempt to address the issues with that physical infrastructure, and that was the creation of a position called Residential Support Officer. Could I ask you to explain to the Commissioners what that position involves and who holds that position?
Okay.
So that is a position held by typically a fourth-year engineer or honours student, so someone who has just graduated ADVA in December of the previous year, and they occupy the first-year accommodation, so one of our 11 first-year accommodation blocks, in order to provide additional support, oversight and networking to the trainees. So if you like, there's someone who is there outside of regular hours that the trainees can get to know and can approach in a way that does not have the same potential barriers as, say, a formal staff member at the academy does. They're there to look after our first years.
And given what we know from the 2021 survey data about the physical residential accommodation being an ongoing location in terms of incidents of unacceptable behaviour, how effective do you think the residential support officer mechanism has been in terms of addressing that issue?
In my experience, it's been quite effective. It cannot hope to address any issue. It is at best one person amongst sort of 45 trainees. But that presence, that physical presence, and probably more importantly, a face that people can get to know that is friendly, who is significantly more experienced in ADFA and in defence, has provided significant benefits. We often find that if there is some lower level undesirable behaviour emerging, they can either intervene and set the expectations clearly from the start, or take further action as required.
Do you think there would be a benefit to having more residential support officers than there currently are at ADFA?
I think that would be difficult given the number of fourth years that we actually have.
Okay. Now, ADFA has a number of other leadership positions for senior trainees. Amongst the statements you've provided, you've identified the concept of a YOFT mentor. Am I correct that that's a third-year trainee who specifically mentors first-year trainees during their YOFT training period?
That's correct.
And the other appointment you talk about is the individual leadership appointments. Could you explain to Commissioners what that involves?
Yes, so an individual leadership appointment is, to put it simply, much like a prefect or a monitor or a house captain within a secondary school system. They provide a significant amount of support to their fellow trainees in terms of organising activities under the oversight of staff, and also give the trainees some real agency in the way the academy is run by representing their concerns, representing the things that they would like to achieve in their final year at the academy to staff, and assist us in that balance between trainee desires and expectations and overall defence expectations.
And Lieutenant Colonel Cave, you emphasise in your statement that these arrangements require a level of responsibility but do not confer authority over other trainees. Do you recollect that statement?
I do.
Does that emphasis reflect a consciousness of the findings of the Gray Review that cadet hierarchies were a cause of many of the cultural deficiencies in ADFA in the 1990s?
It does.
Given the potential for a hierarchy amongst trainees, why does ADFA have these leadership positions at all?
Because they provide significant benefit to our trainees.
And just in terms of unpacking that concept, are the roles directed to filling, for example, staffing deficiencies that exist in terms of the trainee to staff ratio?
No.
And in terms then of the benefits that they do provide, can you explain to Commissioners what you think that benefit is?
Yes, so on an individual level, they provide an opportunity for that individual to practice their own leadership skills. These are third years who will soon be graduating from the academy and often going straight out to be a junior officer. So they have an opportunity to lead their peers in a no-rank environment and understand, I would argue that's one of the most difficult environments to actually experience leadership amongst your peers, where you do not have any formal authority or authority associated with command. On a collective level, they make the academy a better place by running things like the sports clubs will all have a president and vice president. They assist in the smooth conduct of administration by ensuring that the trainees understand what has been communicated from the staff, and that the staff understand what the trainees know and if there are any information deficiencies or the like that need to be rectified. And finally, I touched on it before, that they provide that agency, that input into how we best run the academy in a way that meets Defence's expectations and requirements, but allows them to have an enjoyable and a rewarding time at the same time.
And in terms of that potential for a dysfunctional hierarchy between third-year trainees and first and second-year trainees, what measures are in place to monitor that and to ensure that people don't steer into dysfunctional behaviour?
So I think the WBS is one such data point that we could look to, because the abuse of power is not is negligible in there for people, for the recruit body. If that was a significant data point, that would start to raise concerns.
So I take it from that, Air Commodore Adams, you're indicating that the data that speaks to the instigators of unacceptable behaviour is
Abuse of power.
Abuse of power is telling you that it's not coming from those third-year trainees.
No.
So that's one measure to monitor.
Yep.
And I take it from the evidence that you've given, you view it as being a positive measure in terms of otherwise monitoring unacceptable behaviour from other trainees.
Yes.
If I could then shift to the topic of reporting, and I know we've spoken about this in some detail, but there were just a number of propositions I wanted to put to you in relation to it. I think you've been very candid, Air Commodore Adams, about reporting being a barrier in terms of unacceptable behaviour. Amongst the material that the Royal Commission has been provided in relation to complaint procedures, and I can take you to it if needs be, but I might just commence by putting it to you propositionally, is a 2019 document about guidance for complaints. And it identifies a hierarchy in terms of managing complaints. It starts with do nothing. Then the next step is attempt self-resolution or supported self-resolution. And then the third step is seeking further advice. Now, in terms of directing that message to this vulnerable cohort, do you think that is guidance that is supportive of a positive reporting culture?
I do, because the most effective way of dealing with some of the lower level unacceptable behaviour in particular, and by that, when I say lower level, I mean the unwelcome behaviours, is to address it directly with an I statement. If you can actually do that and teach people how that works, you will typically cut the issue off at the legs.
But given the data we're getting about the levels of unacceptable behaviour, what measure do you have to determine the success of that I behaviour you're talking about in terms of complaint resolution? Wouldn't the data suggest that it's not having that effective result?
So it shows about 57% of the trainee officers are doing something, whether it's a formal report or whether they are addressing the issue either in a supported or a non-supported resolution. And then some of them are coming forward and seeking advice, but choosing not to go on with the report.
And how do you measure people who are, what records do you have of people who are seeking advice but not making formal complaints? What's your metric for that?
So I don't have a metric for that, but essentially people could go to a WBS workplace behaviour advisor and discuss their situation and decide based on that conversation whether that was something that they wanted to address by either a self-resolution or a supported resolution, or to make a report, or maybe they just wanted to discuss it and understand whether there was another approach they could take that would mean they didn't need to.
Do you know if trainees are taking up that avenue?
We know they're using the WBSs, yes.
And where does that data come from?
So the WBS staff are resident within ADFA unit.
And so that they are reporting to you about the level of take-up?
Not to me, but we know they are used. There are 18 of them, I believe.
Okay. Given that you have accepted that there are or continue to be barriers to reporting, what steps do you think ADFA could take to create a more positive reporting culture amongst its trainees?
So I think it comes down to influence, and it's about having that relationship and connection with your trainee officers, and the only way you can do that is to have staff present and available.
And in terms of the staff present and available, are you talking principally about the divisional staff that have the most interaction with trainees?
Principally. Yeah.
And so in terms of measures that it could improve the situation at ADFA, would it be fair to say that filling that critical staffing gap in terms of divisional officers would be one positive step that could be taken?
Yes.
Do you have a view about what the appropriate ratio should be between divisional staff and trainees?
I wouldn't even attempt to put a number on that.
Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Cave, do you have a view about that?
I'd echo the Commandant's comments, but I'd note that the current ratios in ADFA are significantly different from elsewhere across defence, when we tend to follow, in terms of small teams to larger ones, Dunbar's number, for at which point you have a new size team and a new commander of that team.
And so you're talking that we mentioned at the outset one of the statistics about ab initio training institutions that have a 1-to-5 ratio in terms of staff and trainees. Do you think that is a step that would measurably improve issues at ADFA?
So, as the Commandant said, I would hesitate to put a number on it, but I would like to see a study based around what the optimum numbers of staff are required to achieve the optimum level of influence across the trainees.
But it'd be fair to say that you don't have the optimum level at the moment.
No.
Okay. Now, I want to shift topics and ask you some questions about the IGADF report of the military justice performance audit of ADFA in 2018. Operator, can I ask you to please display document ID number IGD.0006.001.0174? If it would assist me to give those numbers again, it's IGD.0006.001.0174. Now, Air Commodore Adams, I appreciate this document is dated 2018, so it's before your time at ADFA, but are you generally aware with IGADF military justice performance audits?
Yes.
Can I ask you to have a look at the box where there's the word general, and you'll see the first dash point there identifies there were no material deficiencies. OTC was well prepared for the audit. Am I correct that OTC refers to the Officer Training College?
As in what people know as ADFA unit, yes.
ADFA unit, okay. Can I ask, what do you interpret that expression, and I appreciate you don't have direct knowledge, but the expression was well prepared for the audit to mean?
So IGADF give you notice of these audits and they send you an itinerary of what it is they're going to look at. So what you need to do is prepare for that audit in accordance with the list and have the various documents and registers, etc., available.
So how do you, in your experience, how much notice do you get before one of these audits occur?
So we know that IGADF are coming next year. I think it's in April.
And when were you given notice of that?
Middle of the year.
Middle of the year, yes.
And in terms of the notice that you were given in the middle of the year, you've indicated that you get a reasonably prescriptive amount of detail about what they'll be looking for. Is that something they gave you when they notified you in the middle of the year?
I don't believe they did because that normally comes out a number of weeks beforehand.
Okay. Now, this 2018 report made a number of observations with respect to record keeping, with respect to unacceptable behaviour and administrative sanctions. If needs be, I can take you to the particular passages, but it may be more efficient for me just to put the propositions to you. The effect of the audit was that while 40 incidents, I withdraw that. It was recorded that of 40 incidents reported to the higher chain of command, only 19 were recorded in what was called the DPSMS.
Yes.
Can you identify for the commissioners what that system is and what purpose it achieves?
Yeah, so it's the enterprise system for incident reporting.
And so is it used to monitor trends or simply record the fact of an incident?
It's recording the facts of an incident.
The report went on to note that there were 11 cases of sexual misconduct that were raised at the Academy. It noted that those incidents were well managed, but it stated that none were recorded on Comtrack as types of unacceptable behaviour.
Yes.
Am I correct in understanding that Comtrack is the complaint management tracking and report system that's used by Defence? Can you briefly explain to commissioners the purpose that system serves?
So that is for tracking incidents of unacceptable behaviour.
And is it used in terms of any other means of data analysis in terms of trends of behaviour and that type of thing? Or is it simply just to record the fact of an incident of unacceptable behaviour?
Yeah, so we don't have the ability to track through it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The audit report also noted in terms of administrative sanctions that while there was a sound processing of those sanctions, they weren't adequately reported in PM keys. And similarly, that there was inadequate reporting in PM keys of family protection orders. Having regard to those outcomes of the audit, Lieutenant Colonel Cave, are you confident about the current record keeping of ADFA with respect to unacceptable behaviour and administrative sanctions and protection orders?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
And what steps do you take to ensure that there are proper records being kept?
So primarily at the unit level, it is done through the Defence Incident Record. So anytime anything triggers effectively one of the commander's critical information requirements, then not only will I notify her immediately or within the stipulated time frame, but then within 24 hours I have to open a Defence Incident Record. And that is how we manage all of the details related to an incident and record that at unit level. The Comtrack and DPSMS happens above me at the headquarters level.
And so in terms of ensuring that the Comtrack is adequately linked up with the Defence Incident Record, what oversight or what capacity do you have to ensure that happens?
I don't, and the only reason I'm pausing is because we are in a phase of transition to some new procedures in which the responsibility for entry into Comtrack may go to the unit. That I believe is still to be determined.
And if that measure is implemented, do you think that will be beneficial in terms of ensuring more accurate record keeping across these various defence databases?
Yes.
Now, we've spoken about your role as commander, and that you don't have the sort of closest level of interaction with trainees that, say, a divisional staff officer has. But how does a commander such as yourself ensure that you have all the information that you need to be able to properly exercise command over ADFA?
That's a huge question.
Okay.
And it's one which I ask myself multiple times every day. Accordingly, there's no simple answer. There are a number of ways in which I may become aware of something which I need to know about. The most simple way is through, if they're stipulated within the commander's critical information requirements, in which I have mirror image ones of what the commandant has, what I know she knows, and vice versa. There will be many things that perhaps do not formally or maybe on the margins of a CCIR, in which the chain of command will inform me, and they have a very clear understanding, and I'm quite confident that they understand this quite well, that they're much better to inform me than not, and then we can make a decision from there about how much information I or anyone else in the chain of command may need from there. And of course, there's many informal networks, from frequent contact with chatting with trainees in an informal manner, or I run more formal feedback sessions with trainees each semester. There's those informal interactions with the staff and trainees as well.
And I was struck by the observation you made at the outset of that explanation, that it's something, having enough information is something that you think about every day. Do you hold concerns about your capacity to have the information that's necessary to properly command ADFA?
I think it's fair to say I ask myself continually how much is enough, both of information and of measures, taking measures as a result of that information, yes.
And in terms of asking yourself how much information is enough, do you have a view of the level of information that is needed to be able to be effective?
Depending on the circumstance, yes. I think after 6 or 12 months in a job, you get a sense of how much information you might or might not need for a steady state. When you're confronted with a new or novel situation, it is much harder.
That sort of touches on an issue I wanted to explore with both of you. Can I ask, what is your tenure as CEO of ADFA?
2 years.
And Air Commodore Adams?
3 years.
Now, am I correct, Air Commodore Adams, that the 3-year tenure is a recommendation that came out of the Broderick report as a minimum tenure?
That's correct.
I mean, we've heard about the institutional issues that exist at ADFA, and you've spoken candidly about the steps you want to take to address them. Do you think 3 years is enough to be effective as a commandant?
So what I think is, if you're going for wholesale change, you're probably not going to achieve that during your tenure, even if you, like me, identify a proposal that you would like to see through. But it allows you to see it through to a point of maturity so that you can hand it over to somebody else. There is value in rotating that position every 3 years. I think after 3 years you would be quite fatigued, and a fresh set of eyes and energy is important, and as is the rotation or the offsetting between the unit and other key appointments to ensure that that corporate knowledge is maintained.
And is burnout an issue that you think could potentially confront a commandant of ADFA?
It could. Look, I've got pretty good support mechanisms around me. I know how to manage myself pretty well. So I don't personally have concerns, but I think if you had a significant event, as the ADFA Skype scandal, it would be very challenging.
Lieutenant Colonel Cave, in terms of the position of commanding officer, I mean, you've spoken about how you need 6 to 12 months to sort of really get a good understanding of the academy on the ground. Do you think 2 years is a sufficient tenure to be effective in your position?
So, personal opinion, yes, it is to be effective. Would I have preferred 3 years? Yes, I would have.
And can you explain to commissioners the reasons for both those aspects of your answer?
Yep. So, I think 2 years in the and this is confined to the ADFA context. It's a very powerful thing having a commandant who is completing 3 years. And unlike many other organisations, the commandant is much more closely involved in ADFA than a normal one-star commander would be. So really that strategic direction is run by the commandant. Significant change comes through that. So I'm very pleased to see that the 3 years has been stuck to since Broderick recommended it. My job is in operating, so the 2 years is probably sufficient. That said, I've formed a view over the last 12 months that you probably need a year to assess a situation. You need a year to initiate change, and then you need at least a year to embed that change. And that's the hardest thing to do. We often initiate. Embedding change, I would offer, is one of the hardest things to do in any organisation.
So in terms of matters that the Royal Commission could look at in terms of recommendations, in your view, is having a longer tenure for a CO something that might be a measure to affect positive change?
It might be, but I do qualify it in that ADFA is unique in that the close proximity of the CO and Commandant, and it's the Commandant's Academy, mean that it is not as critical as perhaps it would be in another institution. That's why I stress it's a personal view and perhaps a selfish one that I would have preferred 3 years.
And in terms of people who hold your position or those under your command, and I'm particularly talking about divisional staff officers, do you have a view about whether burnout is an issue?
Yes, I do.
And can you expand for commissioners on the basis of that view?
So it can be. The Academy, I care deeply about our people, and this is the most rewarding job I will ever have in Defence. It's probably only matched by my time as a divisional officer at ADFA because you have such an opportunity to pass on so much to a group of trainees who are high performers and who are at a point of their careers where anything is possible, and they too care deeply about Defence. That said, it can be very, very time consuming, and the best divisional officers are generally the ones who spend significant amount of time out of hours, therefore away from their families, often young families, and prioritising our trainees. So I do have a concern, and if this is going in the direction of posting 10 years, I think 2 years is sufficient and is appropriate.
And I'm struck by the observation you've just made about the deep care you have of the institution and of the individuals within it. We spoke about at the outset about the initiating purpose of ADFA, and I think the answer you gave, Lieutenant Colonel Cave, was the ADFA initiative was directed to achieving officers who could understand services other than the ones from which they came, and to develop a joint service mentality. That was the underlying purpose of the ADFA experiment, if I can use that expression. But we've also heard evidence today that since its inception in 1986, ADFA is an institution that has been beset by issues of unacceptable behaviour. And you've given evidence that a culture of unacceptable behaviour continues to exist at ADFA. Given that evidence, can I ask you both, in your view, has the ADFA experiment failed?
So I'll go first.
Yes.
No, I don't believe it has. Is it Are there challenges? Yes, there are. Are there pathways that we've identified in the past few years to help us get through those challenges and make it even more effective? Yes, there are.
Air Commandant Adams, can I ask you for your view on that?
So I would observe it's failed a few, and that is deeply regretful. But in the most part, the trainees that I engage with and talk to have a fully positive experience, and even those, my own husband, who went through ADFA many years ago, they look back fondly on their experience of ADFA and see it as a key and defining moment and time in their life.
And in terms of those service personnel that ADFA has failed, and we have examined this in some detail today, but there are a number of characteristics unique to the institution that I wanted to get your view upon, and whether or not they can or need to be changed. We've spoken in some detail about the minimum age requirement, and would it be a fair characterisation that you disagree with the proposition that there should be a review of that minimum age proposition?
For entry to defence, I think what I probably didn't articulate well was that if we were to look at a different model, the entry point to ADFA would by default mean that the vast majority would be over 18. But in saying that, it transfers the risk elsewhere to the organisation. That's why we need to look really carefully at the impact of putting people straight through Dun-Troon initially or OTS. Now, the Navy experience would suggest it's been highly successful, but in implementing such a change, we need to ensure that that success is going to be replicated.
And given this Royal Commission's remit to look at recommendations it can make to improve the situation for individuals at ADFA, in your view, is examining the success of the Navy model of single service training before ADFA one that's worthy of consideration?
Absolutely, and as part of the proposal we've put up that went to the Chiefs of Service Committee yesterday, I haven't heard the outcome of that yet, but the proposal was to develop this concept further. We would be looking at Navy, also engaging Army and Air Force and a number of other stakeholders, including current and former trainee officers, to look at all angles, because I have to say this doesn't come without resource cost. It's going to cost something, whether it's a cost transfer within the organisation or an increased cost in terms of staffing or other fundamental inputs to capability, and we need to fully understand what that looks like and trade off the risks.
And you've just spoken about a proposal that you put up yesterday to the CSC. Can you explain to Commissioners what that proposal entailed and its purpose?
Yeah, so the proposal was to align the front end of the training. So Army, Navy and Air Force all to come in directly to their respective officer training schools over a period of 9 months before they would arrive at the academy. And then for the degree program that the University of New South Wales deliver, to be delivered in a trimester model so that we could fit both the officer training at the front and the degree into relatively the same time period as we have right now for ADFA plus a semester degree.
And we spoke earlier today about the desirability of staging out the pressures on trainees. Yep. Would it be fair to say that the model you've just talked about proposing is directed to addressing that issue?
Absolutely. So it's about staging the military training. It's about giving people an opportunity to go and see part of their respective service outside of the training institution, giving them the opportunity for some academic bridging before they come into ADFA, because many people now don't have the level of maths and science to comfortably slide straight into the degree program. They need some bridging to de-stress that experience, and then they would come in, and in the most part will be focused on academics with a continuing theme of character, leadership and ethics development.
And are there other recommendations you would make to the commissioners about steps that could be taken to improve the culture of unacceptable behaviour and adverse mental health at ADFA?
In summary, it comes down to that level of influence we have amongst the trainees. So when we are short of the cadet-facing staff, it puts extreme pressure on the system that is trying to manage it, and in the most part, the administrative overhead associated with managing those trainees ends up taking priority because you can't let that part go. If you then put a significant incident over the top of it, and goodness forbid the death of a trainee or 2 successive deaths of trainees, it puts an inordinate amount of pressure on that system. You need some redundancy is what I'm saying.
And Lieutenant Colonel Cave, is there anything that you would add in terms of recommendations that the commissioners could consider to improve the situation at ADFA?
I'd primarily just echo the Commandant's comments, particularly around the influence, and observe that in most training institutions, the trainees will spend 80 to 90% of their time with a staff member supervising them, and the equation is the reverse at the academy.
So we've spoken then about the staffing ratio. You've spoken about the change to the structure of the admission to ADFA. Is improving the physical infrastructure, and in particular the residential physical infrastructure, a measure that you think would improve unacceptable behaviour at ADFA?
Absolutely, it's non-negotiable. Yep.
And so would it be fair to say that in terms of implementing the measures that you think need to be undertaken to fix issues at ADFA, you're reliant on Defence to give you that support both financially and in terms of staff?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you very much for your time today. It's been a big day. I just wanted to explore the understanding about the training ratios, and I know you're not setting a particular figure, but you indicated that in ab initio training institutions, the ratio was 1 to 5, and you've got about 1 to 20. I'm just trying to understand which other institutions you might be referring to there. And the reason I ask is that we visited Kapooka, and we also heard earlier this week from RAF training unit and also the Royal Australian Navy Recruit School. Certainly at Kapooka and the RAF school, my recollection was they were saying that there was one junior NCO for about 15 recruits.
That's correct.
So, and I'm just trying to put that together with the 1 to 5 that you were mentioning as the comparator to what you've got.
Do you want to take that?
Yeah.
So it's direct supervision I'd offer Commissioner versus overall staff numbers. So the ADFA figures I can tell you, we have 59 trainee-facing positions to cover 1,126 trainees. You can add 40 or 50 more to that total at the start of every year because that's when the intake is. So it's not just the individual that's directly supervising that group of 15, it's also I'm more familiar with Kapooka, so you have the 2 corporals with a section each, then you would have a platoon sergeant and a platoon commander over the top of that. 3 or 4 of those platoons would then report to an OC and a squadron sergeant major. And so that's where the ratio comes from.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to also ask you, you did mention in the session earlier today about that there are some mentors for female recruits. trainees, officer cadets at ADFA. Are the mentors available for men as well?
Yes, it's not specifically for women.
Right, okay, thank you. And you said it's well taken up, but I just kind of wanted to have a sense of what well looks like. Is it 40%, 80%? Do you have a sense of that?
So we've experimented over the years. In the last couple of years, we've moved from relying on the single service mentoring models to an ADFA run one, which has become more, let's say it's more weighted towards coaching than mentoring, but mentoring is still the appropriate term. We did that for all of our third year trainees last year. Based on the feedback from that, we found that there were a considerable number who benefited from it, but there were some effectively in the middle that didn't get as much benefit for the amount of resources we invested in it. So now we look at individuals who might have unfulfilled potential or who might need additional support as part of the board of review process, and we direct them. So that is, I don't have the latest figures from the board of review we finished on Wednesday, but prior to that there were about 120 out of the previous board of review. I would expect it would be probably around 200 at the start of next year. I'd also offer that the ADFA sponsor family scheme means that first years will generally, a significant number, in some years all first years, will seek to be paired up with a local Canberra defence family. And they might have, a family might have between 1 and 4 or 5 trainees to assist them there.
I think it's important to note we simply don't have the resources in the Canberra region to provide every single one of the 1,126 mentors, so the mentors are targeted at a time that they most need them.
Sure, that's kind of what I was wanting to understand, what it looked like. And I'm assuming from what you're saying about the resources that there is some training provided for those who are going to do the mentoring, albeit that they may well already be reserves or within defence?
Yes, so there's coaching specific. It's
Coaching 101, I think.
Coaching 101 is probably a good, it's a few hours, it's 3 to 5 hours perhaps, and a series of touch points throughout the mentoring process.
Okay. And again, on when we heard from the RAF recruit training unit, we heard about their use of, I think it was the My Lumen app, which allows them to, all of their recruits or trainees to have the app and daily monitor their state of wellbeing and actually have a button to essentially indicate when they need support right now. Does ADFA use something like that?
We don't, but we have. We are using the same team that 1RTU are using next year in a trial to look at a proportion of those that are going through YOFT to understand its applicability.
Okay, so you're kind of looking at it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And my other question was in relation to the psychologists, and from what I understood, you have two counsellors. Sorry, no, you have some psychologists there, but they're organisational psychologists.
So we have the University of New South Wales counsellors who are qualified psychologists, but they're not performing a clinical role. We have the organisational psychs, which are actually on campus. And then we have the clinical psychs that work for Joint Health Command.
And I guess the question I'm trying to understand, and again, earlier in the week, we heard about the challenge at Kapuka where there were 3 psychologists who did dual roles and a decision was made, we don't know exactly by whom or where, to change, to effectively make those 3 positions fully organisational psychology. And in fact, there was a shortfall left because there was no clinical psych.
So that shortfall for us has been filled by the University of New South Wales counsellors, in essence. So when the psychs were taken away and they were centralised back inside Army, we recognised that that void needed to be filled. So the counsellors, who are trained psychologists, were paid for under our contract with the University of New South Wales. They fill that void, but not in a clinical capacity.
I guess putting your account with the Kapuka account, it just leads me to question whether or not the organisation has or seems to be prioritising organisational psychology over clinical psychology. And I know you're not necessarily in a position to say one way or the other, but do you have any views?
So I would say it comes down to being able to resource it from a Joint Health Command perspective, and that they have. We'd need to ask them, but I would imagine they've centralised it so that they can control where it needs to be. That would be my lay view.
So, sorry, and I know this is not your area of command,
No.
but just so that I'm clear, are the organisational psychologists also under the control of Joint Health Command?
So they're not under control of me.
I'd have to check, Commissioner, but I believe they report through
Single
to
service, I think.
through to Army and the 2nd Health Brigade, which is being established.
Okay, thank you.
So we have them inside Air Force as well, and they are owned by Air Force.
It just has raised for me the issue that there's a divide between the two, and one seems to have more priority, which is about organisational kind of objectives, and the one that's about the individual welfare just doesn't necessarily seem to be getting the same priority. Now, that might be a distorted perception based on information, but I thank you for your comments.
That's okay. I think it would be a question for Joint Health Command.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you from me too, and I only have a couple of questions to ask. One sort of follows on from what Ms Longbottom was asking about the maturity of the students, and we've recently been in London and Ottawa and didn't really examine this issue much, but had a couple of references to graduate entry there. And I gather that, for example, in Canada, the Royal Military Colleges there, I'm not sure whether they require graduate entry, but they do have graduates entering who've achieved degrees in the normal course at a range of universities across Canada. They may have been in their equivalent of the reserve forces before starting officer training at their Royal Military Colleges, and I think I've heard anecdotally of similar things happening at Sandhurst in England. And
That's correct. That's the model I came through.
yes, so what do you say about the advantages of that model in producing more mature students, but as compared to the advantages of our model in having tri-service training, if you like?
So certainly you get diversity in terms of your university experience and the choice of the university that you want to go to. And I'll speak from a UK perspective. That means that those that are capable of going to Oxford and Cambridge, for example, get the opportunity to go to Oxford and Cambridge. And that's a good thing, I think, for that diversity of thought. I understand here it's a little different in terms of we've set ADFRA up for ourselves in terms of a place where people will come together and Army, Navy, Air Force cohorts will make a friendship group while they're going through a single university experience. There are other options, so you can come in direct entry with a university degree up front. And as we said before, only 1/3 come through ADFA. So I think the combination of both options means there's variety there to suit all.
And Lieutenant Colonel, do you wish to add anything?
Yes, I think I'll start where the Commandant finished, which is saying that 1/3 of our officers, I understand, are from ADFA. It would be interesting perhaps to map the percentage now that a few ADFA graduates are reaching the highest levels of defence and see just how, if that 1/3 representation was exhibited at the upper ranks as well as the lower ones, to see what degree of success ADFA has or has not had. That said, I am a big proponent for the diversity of experience. I recognise that while I think ADFA is a great institution, it can only ever contribute a smaller proportion than should come through other pathways because of the richness of experience that we get injected into our officer ranks because of that.
Because of the diversity of pathways.
That's right. People who've studied at different universities, had different academics confronting them, and been exposed to different ideas. So had their intellectual capacity developed in a different way. UNSW Canberra does a fantastic job, but ultimately the lecturers that the trainees are experiencing now are many of the same lecturers that I experienced 20 odd years ago. That is good for consistency. It worries me on the diversity of thought front.
Thanks. The other question I had was, you were talking about being audited by IGADF. Do you ever get audited by TEXA, the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards
So
Authority?
University of New South Wales would, but not ADFA itself.
Not ADFA itself?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions, if I may. Just Air Commodore, when there has been a suicide, is there a standard sort of method of communicating events to the students? How do you do that? How does that happen?
Yes, so I'm going to generalise now because it really does depend
please
where the
do.
student
Please
body
do.
is.
Yeah.
So it's to inform those that are closest to the individual first in their half section, so the other 3 people, then to speak to the division, and then to speak to the academy as a whole, but not including those people aforementioned.
Thank you. I have to say, I'll just echo what Ms Longbottom said in relation to people moving I'm happy to hear that the Commandant can stay for 3 years. We can see you have a vision, both of you have a plan, and obviously we wish you every success. I don't know that moving every 3 years is necessarily a good thing for someone who has a plan and is about implementing it. I don't have any further questions. Mr Freer?
No questions, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr Fraser?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms Longbottom, anything arising?
No, thank you, Commissioner. May the witnesses be excused from their summons.
Yes, you may, and thank you very much for your evidence today. Thank you for hosting the Commission on Monday, and we wish you every success. We're going to do something slightly innovative. There are a number of time constraints, so we're not going to have a break. We're simply going to go straight into the closing. The witnesses may leave, I understand, Ms Longbottom, unless if they need to. Yeah. Thank you again. Thank you again. Mr Connor.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioners, in opening this hearing block in Wagga, we referred to the very significant report of November this year, 2022, of the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. We refer to that as the AIHW. It became publicly available on the 16th of November. There are many significant matters that are presented in the November 2022 AIHW report. Commissioners, as the AIHW report makes clear, there have been 1,600 lives lost since 1997 up to the end of 2020 amongst the population of defence members and veterans who've served the nation at some time after 1 January 1985. This equates to more than one per week over 24 years between 1 January 1997 and 31 December 2020. Commissioners, as we said in opening, Defence must consider the AIHW November 2022 report deeply. It must understand its implications. It must act on these matters for the well-being of current members, both now and when they come to leave the Australian Defence Force. As we said in opening, Defence must accept its responsibility for the persons it calls upon to serve the nation, including its responsibility to do all it can to prevent the death of veterans by suicide. Similarly, the Department of Veterans Affairs must also consider the November 2022 AIHW report deeply. Commissioners, I now turn to the ex-serving women. This derives from Table 4 of the AIHW report. One sees in the top rows the group of under 30 veteran women. The next row, the group of 30 to 39, and in the final row, 40 to 49. One sees the very great difference between the numbers of deaths by suicide, or the rate of deaths by suicide, amongst women ex-serving members and the female general population. 2.8 times in the first group, 1.9 times in the second group, 2.4 times in the third group. Why is this happening? What needs to happen to make it change? Do female veterans need to be particularly supported if they are struggling? The Royal Commission is exploring these matters. The suicide risk for ex-serving women is the same across all ranks, officers and senior and junior other ranks. That is unlike the men, where the junior officer or the junior other ranks have almost double the risk of officers and senior non-commissioned officers. Rates of suicide for ex-serving females were statistically similar for all lengths of service. This is shown in Table 8 and Figure 5 of the AIHW report. Whereas for ex-serving men, suicide rates decreased as lengths of service increased. So whatever is happening for women, it seems to be across all ranks and is not mitigated by years of service. What is it that's causing this risk? Why is it different to the men? The Royal Commission will continue to explore why it is that women veterans have died by suicide and what can be done to transform this. Commissioners, Defence and the Department of Veteran Affairs will well appreciate the significance of involuntary medical discharge amongst the group of 1,600 persons who have died by suicide in the period from 1 January 1997 to 31 December 2020. One sees here in the third group, in the red circled area, the rates for involuntary medical discharge. The AIHW in its November 2022 report refers to involuntary medical discharge as having a hazard ratio, and one sees the outlier there, as it were, in the middle of that display. This is a hazard ratio of 2.8 for those who have involuntarily medically discharged compared to those who've discharged voluntarily. One sees the rates of ex-serving males, the suicide rates of ex-serving males varies with length of service. One sees a substantially higher rate of death by suicide for those men who serve less than 1 year. We very much expect that Defence and Department of Veterans Affairs are attending to this. Commissioners, you've had the opportunity to consider from the evidence you've heard this week whether or not it appears that the findings from the 5 annual AIHW reports to date have been appropriately socialised within Defence and the Australian Defence Force and used to inform changes to the training experience for recruits. But what more could or should be done in these settings? What more could or should be done by the Department of Veterans Affairs arising out of this very important work by the AIHW? How well are Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs working together to address the risks we've heard about this week for those who have separated early, perhaps during or shortly after training, whether that be by virtue of an involuntary medical separation or withdrawal in some other way, including at their own request? Is everything that could be done actually being progressed? If not, why not? The Royal Commission will continue to explore these matters and whether real responses are being made by Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs to information emerging from the AIHW's reports, including in particular its November 2022 report. Commissioners, I now turn to workplace behaviour surveys that are carried out here at the Army's 1st Recruit Training Battalion at Kapooka, here at the Air Force's 1st Recruit Training Unit, and at the Royal Australian Navy Recruit School at HMAS Cerberus. Displayed is the 2021 Workplace Behaviour Survey summary results for the 1st Recruit Training Battalion at Kapooka. Displayed is a segment from that document, a 2-page document. One sees there various 6 frames, really. Now, the concern here is that, and Colonel Andrew Deakin gave evidence. Colonel Andrew Deakin is the commanding officer of the Army's 1st Recruit Training Battalion here at Kapooka. Now, despite the survey being carried out for the year ending 31 December 2021, most concerningly, Colonel Deakin had not even received the summary results of the survey. Now, Commissioner Caldas asked Colonel Deakin about whether he'd received it. No, still yet to receive it. So that's more than, Colonel Deakin would have liked to have had the results, the information from the survey for the year ending 31 December 2021. He would like to have had those in January or February. But what changes can he make? Now, Colonel Deakin, he's still not received them. Now, it's now December 2022, and Colonel Deakin does not have the information. He'll be leaving in, I think it's now 6 days. He's had no opportunity to explore what was the results of surveys conducted amongst the recruits here at Kapooka for the 2021 year. So how could Colonel Deakin have responded to the concerns arising out of the annual survey? He doesn't have the material. The Royal Commission will explore this further. Commissioners, we had the opportunity this week of also hearing from Wing Commander David Dolan, who's the commanding officer of the Air Force's 1st Recruit Training Unit here in Wagga Wagga. Wing Commander Dolan told the Royal Commission that he found elements of the 2021 Workplace Behaviour Survey summary results confusing and contradictory. It can at least be said that Wing Commander Dolan was not assisted in the interpretation of information. One sees on this graph, or this display, 2019, and one sees a figure for bullying, 2%, and one sees in 2021, 10%. Now, that seems to be perhaps significant. What's happening there? It's a five-fold increase. Commissioners, you also had the opportunity this week of hearing from Commander Alicia Withers, the Commanding Officer of the Royal Australian Navy Recruit School at HMAS Cerberus. Commissioners, Commander Withers was asked questions about unacceptable behaviours and other aspects from the survey for that unit. Displayed on the screen is an extract from the 2021 Workplace Behavioural Survey summary results of the areas for improvement which have been identified by Defence as a result of the survey. Commissioners, you can see from this extract that the figures of surveyed reports of sexual misconduct and violent behaviour at the Recruit School Cerberus are higher than the figures for the whole of Defence. Commissioners, you can also see that bullying has increased from 3% in 2019. And when I say that, I'm speaking of surveyed responses concerning bullying have increased from 3% in 2019 to 12% in 2021, a fourfold increase. And the women reported experiencing more bullying, or more women reported experiencing bullying and sexual misconduct than men. The third item, and that 42% of the recruits said in the survey that when they'd experienced unacceptable behaviours, they did not take action. We saw similar matters concerning the Army and the Air Force. Now, Commissioners, despite these concerning figures in the 2021 Annual Workplace Behaviour Survey report for HMAS Cerberus and the stated areas for improvement, when Commander Withers was asked about any cultural challenges at the recruit school, Commander Withers simply responded, "No, I don't think so." Commissioners, the Royal Commission will explore this and many other matters further. Commissioners, I've referred to the witnesses that you've heard from this week, from commanders of the recruits training schools, Colonel Deakin, Wing Commander Dolan and Commander Withers. Commissioners, we've heard this week from Colonel Simon Dowse, who has had long involvement in the Australian Defence Force's conduct after capture training, is currently conducting a performance needs analysis of that training. Commissioners, the training comprises 3 levels. First, a short online awareness course. Second, a more descriptive lecture. And third, a lengthier, immersive set of training exercises. Since 2001, 45 people who have undergone some or all of this training have died by suicide, but only 5 of them had undertaken the 3rd level, the immersive training. The Australian Defence Force has not studied whether there's any link between the training and suicide, and We do not suggest any conclusion on this issue. Commissioners, yesterday you heard evidence from Dr. Robert Warswick, a senior contracted clinician contracted to Defence to provide medical services to Defence members, including recruits at the RAF base Wagga and at Kapuka. Dr. Warswick gave evidence of his opinions regarding the lowering of standards and the impact he says this has on the Defence members' physical health. Dr. Warswick also spoke of the impact on medical staff and the quality of the healthcare they could provide. Dr. Warswick also gave evidence about waivers. Commissioners, you heard that in 2016 there were various changes made to the recruiting entry standards for both the Army and the Air Force. Dr. Warswick spoke of his concerns regarding the lowering of standards, which include the potential for increased injury rates, along with an increase in the number of recruits entering the ADF, and the increase in the burden on clinical healthcare, where there has not been a commensurate increase in the resources to provide that care. Commissioners, in speaking about waivers and then tracking of individuals by Defence of those who have been granted a waiver, Dr. Warswick said he had no visibility of a systematic approach to tracking the outcomes of people who are given a waiver to enter recruit training. Commissioners, the Royal Commission will continue to make inquiries about the lowering of standards and waivers and whether or not this is a risk factor of suicide behaviour and poor mental health. Commissioners, you received evidence this week in Wagga from two lived experience witnesses, and Kylie Reynolds spoke of the self-harm he witnessed at the Australian Defence Force Academy and the suicides that occurred during his 3 years. Ms Reynolds gave evidence of difficulties she experienced during her long career in the Army and the stress and distress she continues to experience as a result of her dealings with the Department of Veterans Affairs. Commissioners, hearing from Defence members, veterans, their families, about their lived experience is central to the work of this Royal Commission. The letter's patent requires the Commission to do so. Commissioners, you've just heard evidence from Air Commodore Julie Adams and from Lieutenant Colonel David Cave. I will not say anything about what you've just heard. Commissioners, in the course of Colonel Andrew Deakin giving evidence, he of course is the commanding officer of the 1st Recruit Training Battalion here at Kapuka. Commissioner Brown raised with Colonel Deakin the cohort of younger people generally being much more willing to talk about their mental health, and this being generally seen to be a good thing. Commissioner Brown spoke of a young person saying that everybody has mental health struggles, that it is now part of the tapestry of life, and that we don't not talk about it. Commissioner Brown asked Colonel Deakin, is Kapuka, is the Army, is the Defence Force going to take on and embrace that new way of approaching mental health? And if so, how? Colonel Deakin, shortly to leave Kapuka, impressed as a particularly reflective person, responded by saying that he can speak specifically of Kapuka. Colonel Deakin spoke of how you can go through a period of struggle and that getting support is okay because it is about your long term, not only in your career in defence, but your long-term well-being. Colonel Deakin said, I think part of it is normalising the conversation. That is not a closed door thing. It's not taboo. It's not something that we can have an open conversation. It is something that we can have an open conversation about. And it's okay not to be okay. Colonel Deakin was unable to say how far those thoughts had gone through defence. Commissioners, that's the closing address. Commissioners, there is a closing tender bundle. Operator, might you display that, please? Commissioners, I tender the items listed on that bundle. Extends through to item 133, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr Connor. They'll be accepted and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers. And thank you for the closing address. As our final public hearing for 2022 comes to an end, I'd like to take this opportunity to reflect on some of the progress that has been made during our inquiry and to share some areas for improvement that we'd like to see next year. We've held 7 public hearings this year in Sydney, Canberra, Townsville, Hobart, Darwin and here in Wagga. Together with last year's Brisbane hearing, we've heard from more than 230 witnesses who have provided important information that will inform our final report. We honour all of the lived experience witnesses who have shared their stories with us in these public forums. We honour their strength, courage and ability to recount often harrowing and distressing details, and that's been profoundly inspiring. Their testimony has proved invaluable to our understanding of the issues at the centre of our inquiry, and we sincerely thank them for all speaking out. We've received nearly 2,900 submissions, held more than 250 private sessions, and been involved in a variety of roundtable meetings and community engagement activities. Commission staff have visited 14 military bases and spoken to countless current serving members about some of the issues that are of concern to them. Our next public hearing will be in Perth from the 15th of May 2023. We'll also be visiting Adelaide and Melbourne in the second half of the year. While May may seem far away, in the meantime, we will not be idle. We anticipate releasing a number of key discussion papers in the coming months and a special report in the third quarter of 2023. We will be progressing our research efforts, and in line with our terms of reference, we'll also be looking to New Zealand and the United States, having examined Canada and the UK, to hear about their efforts and best practice in relation to the complex challenge of defence and veteran suicide. Work on our final report is also progressing. Since the release of our interim report in August this year, the government has begun implementing its responses to our recommendations. Extra resources and staffing have been allocated to the Department of Veteran Affairs to begin work in reducing the number of outstanding claims. The government has also committed to addressing other issues, including simplifying and harmonising legislation. Work is also happening in other quarters, stimulated by the work of this Commission. For example, the National Ex-Service Organisations Forum held in Canberra saw over 70 ESOs agree to collaborate towards advancement in their sector. But despite the achievements to date, as you may have heard this week, the Commission remains deeply concerned about deficiencies in the response to notices for the giving of information and the production of documents from Commonwealth Government departments, including Defence. Delays in the delivery of documents vital to our examination of witnesses have been frustrating and have undoubtedly impeded the work of this Commission. We've seen further examples at this hearing of the impact that the application of parliamentary privilege has had on our inquiry. We continue to hope that the Commonwealth will work together with the Royal Commission to expedite a resolution to these ongoing complex matters. The Defence Minister, the Honourable Richard Marles, recently made very clear that the recruitment of members to the ADF is one of the key challenges facing the defence of our nation. There is a plan for substantial growth over the next 2 decades, yet the ADF is currently almost 3,000 people below its allocated force strength. The Minister has said recruitment must improve and evolve to reflect the way young Australians approach their career. Urgent action is required to make this happen. Urgent action is also required to ensure that we don't lose more and more people to the tragedy of suicide because of their service in the Defence Force. This is why we're here. This Commission, our recommendations, will lead to a better, more effective and more positive environment that will encourage young people to take up a career in the ADF and persuade experienced members to remain in the service for longer periods. There are, of course, many challenges. These are complex issues, and bringing about real change to the issue of suicide and suicidality among serving and ex-serving defence members will take a sustained and determined effort over a long period of time beyond the life of this Royal Commission. It is a difficult task, but not an impossible one. But without addressing and fixing the problems in recruitment, training, culture, service life, transition and discharge, and other risk factors that have been identified, and without engaging better around the issues experienced by families of ADF members, the Navy, Army and Air Force will not be able to attract and retain the personnel they so urgently need. We remain committed to ensuring a brighter future for all of those involved in the defence and veteran communities, and welcome any opportunity to work with key stakeholders in a collaborative way to achieve our common goals. Our offices will be closed for a brief time over the Christmas-New Year period, from the 23rd of December to the 3rd of January. We understand and appreciate that the holidays may be an emotional time for many of those who are following our inquiry. If you're thinking about matters that relate to the Royal Commission and they cause you distress, we urge you to please seek help from any number of services available. You can find all of those details and information on our website. Please act if you are distressed. My fellow Commissioners and I would like to thank all of our staff and solicitors assisting and counsel assisting for their hard work and long hours over the past year. We spent many months and weeks away from home as the Commission has travelled around the country. Their dedication to our inquiry is much appreciated, and I know they'll continue their efforts over the remaining year and a half before our final report is delivered. We'd also like to acknowledge all the efforts of others who have contributed to our inquiry to date and those who have communicated the work of the Royal Commission to their audiences. We all have a role to play in making a difference. We would like to wish everyone a safe and peaceful time over the holiday period, and we look forward to seeing you all again in 2023. Safe travels for those who are heading home, and unless there are any other matters, Mr. Connor will adjourn until May.
Nothing further, Commissioners.
Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission is adjourned to May 2023.